Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ismail, we're going to stick to the topic of culture, and I'm going to ask you to begin with about two different branches and your experiences in respect of those. Starting with Wibsey Bank branch, at paragraph 51 of your witness statement, you told the inquiry that after your election, you visited branches to get feedback, and one of those branches was a postmaster from Wibsey Bank, and they gave you some feedback. Can you expand upon that, please?
Yes, so once I had been elected, for me to understand feedback from a wide range of postmasters, it was very important that I could relate and ensure I understood what rural postmasters wanted, high street postmasters, and town centre, different types of branches, strategic partners also. Hence, I organised a visit with my own initiative to Bradford, and I was accompanied by the area manager, Mel Shepherd, and we visited a postmaster at Wibsey Bank. We had an interesting conversation, and what he advised me was, if I ask you to do something, will you do this for me? I said, it depends what it is. What are you thinking? And he said, when you go back to board, when you speak to the wider executive, when you speak to the powers that be within this organisation, tell them, we're not animals, we're postmasters. Please treat us fairly. And that was a comment and a quotation that I ensured I mentioned at several board meetings and to individuals on the wider executive. And what was very disappointing was I didn't see any urgency, any interest, unfortunately, in addressing the specific postmaster or the issues that may be affecting them or concerning them. And for me, and I've mentioned this in my statement, in 2018, I lost a close friend who was also a postmaster at the main town centre office in Preston, and he was one of the few individuals who practically held my hand when I first became a postmaster. And the business did nothing. The business wasn't even interested, to a point at which, on the day of his funeral, nobody from the post office attended. He was an active postmaster. And there was, at one point, one of the staff members I spoke to actually said to me, well, I can't attend, it's my day off. I've got annual leave. And from seeing that in 2018, that was one of my motivations to try and make a difference. Hence why I wanted to see, have things actually changed? Do postmasters feel differently? And then to hear what I did at Wibsey Bank, it was tough, but I knew what my starting point was to try and ensure I can make a difference to this organisation.
And moving on to another branch, the Yateley branch, you've described at paragraph 207 onwards in your witness statement an issue with that particular branch. Can you tell us about that?
I was in shock. I was stunned to learn about the situation that occurred in this branch, and the voice of the postmaster group, an individual called Brent, who forwarded an email to me that had been raised by this postmistress, and she's again an active postmistress who was working at the Yateley branch with her husband, and he died all of a sudden overnight. And in trying, this business should be helping postmasters. What they put her through, the conversations that I had with her, she was in tears while she was talking to me. And
What was the specific problem that she faced when her husband passed away?
So her husband was the postmaster, and as a business, we cancelled the contract within 10 days, and we gave her no justification for that. Instead, we provided data that was very difficult for her to understand. She was grieving, and the post office cancelled her contract, made her life more difficult. And what was really upsetting, and this is a cultural test within the organisation at that point for me, this was a really important cultural test. This case passed at least 10 individuals within the organisation. None of them took accountability. And the only point at which something started to happen was when it came to me. And I then had conversations with Tracy Marshall. I also had conversations with Nick Reed, and to be fair to Nick Reed and credit to him, I said, Nick, you need to have a conversation because she's not happy. This is what we've done. And Nick made time that very day and called her. So moving forward, in order to help her be in a position to still be able to operate, I then had to reach out to Martin Edwards and Paul Lydiard, who are fantastic in assisting this postmaster so she could still stay open. Her business should have been the least of her worries. The funeral of her husband hadn't even happened yet, and the post office was creating another major issue and obstacle for her to go through, unfortunately.
I'd like to look at some correspondence. Could we please turn to poll 00448 please? This is an email of the 4th of July 2023. Was this before or after it had been raised internally with, we see Nick Reed is copied into this email?
This is after that's happened. So once her world's been torn apart, and she felt very vulnerable, this postmistress, may I add. And what the business then did, and this was part of a strategy called drop and collect. And what happened was, and this wasn't specifically just for this postmistress, the post office, in order to comply with the 11,500 requirement that government has set for branches, has a drop and collect strategy, which came to the strategy day in 21 and 22. Now, there was challenge by myself and Elliot because the radius wanted to be reduced, and we also put other conditions down, and the other conditions were ignored, and the 0.5 radius was used in order to ensure we hit 11,500. So what's happened in this scenario, hence the email, was the Yateley postmistress has had a customer coming in informing her, why is the post office opening another branch down the road? I thought after what you've been through, I thought you were struggling. That's what the conversation we had. And she didn't know. She then contacted her area manager, who also said they didn't know. And unfortunately, with the drop and collect strategy, this was very, very common. Postmasters finding out by surprise that they wouldn't necessarily be informed, unfortunately. And like I said, neither would the area managers.
So that's the opening up of branches near existing branches?
Yes, to meet the 11,500 criteria, the government.
So that's 11,500 branches?
Yes.
And you say here, I'm extremely disappointed after everything this postmistress has been through. We've put this communication out without informing her. This is unacceptable, and she's fuming, as it was shown to her by a customer. The number of issues this postmistress has been through shows we've still a very long way to go as a business. We need to ask some serious questions about our organisation and our people. Are we really changing the culture within the organisation? Are we trying to be postmaster-centric? And I'd like to take you to the attachment, so that's the announcement or the communication. We can find that at poll 00448. we could zoom in, thank you very much. I'll just read a couple of passages from it. It says, "Dear customer, we're writing to inform you that for reasons beyond our control, Yateley Post Office had to close on Thursday the 8th of June 2023, and it reopened on Tuesday the 13th of June 2023. The post office is temporarily operating on reduced hours from Monday to Friday." And then in the next paragraph it says, "Additionally, the outreach services at Datchet, Crowthorne and Tudor Drive outreach operated by the Postmaster from Yateley Post Office ceased from Wednesday the 21st of June 2023. Please accept my apologies for the late notification on this occasion. We have completed a review of the service provision in Datchet, Crowthorne and Tudor Drive, and currently we're not looking to open a replacement service at this time." Is this the correspondence that was being referred to?
No.
No, this is separate communication.
This correspondence was once the postmaster had passed away, in order to meet customer expectations, this was the correspondence to inform day-to-day customers about what's been going on.
So there are two separate issues there. The one that you referred to,
Yes.
which was the opening up of the branch, and this was the original correspondence
Yes.
following the passing of her husband, which refers to her branch having to close for reasons beyond the post office's control.
Yes. The other correspondence for the drop and collect would be different.
Thank you.
Yes.
And what was your view of this particular notification?
It's what we had to do in order to inform customers. I think it's fine. Maybe it's a bit overcomplicated for customers. I would have expected it to be simpler, but there's a lot that the business needs to learn about communication.
If we scroll down on this particular communication, it's from somebody called Graham Brander. Are you aware of Mr. Brander's involvement in this matter?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. Brander was a witness in phase 4 of the inquiry and had been involved in the investigations of Joe Hamilton, Julian Wilson and Lynette Hutchings?
No. This goes back to the point, sorry, to clarify what I raised yesterday. Redeployment, recycling, rejoining the gravy train, it's just not helpful. And again, I should have been aware, but I've never been told until today.
Mr. Brander was somebody who left the post office and was rehired in 2019. Were you aware of that or that process?
No, there's never been any specific communication to the board of who had left the business, what terms they've left the business on, and why they've been rehired. We've never ever actually been given that from legal, HR, the people team.
And seeing that and knowing now what you know, does that in any way affect your views of the Yateley issue?
Highly inappropriate. He should not have been involved. And if I had known this at the time, I would have definitely raised that.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to the topic.
Sorry, just one other point.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not sure even the postmistress at this branch is aware, because if they were, I'm sure they would have raised it with me.
I'm going to move on to the topic of prosecutions and investigations. Paragraph 43 of your witness statement, you've said that you received minimal and cursory information regarding ongoing issues that the post office has been dealing with. Can you briefly assist us with that, with your views on that?
So, as part of my submission, I've included board decks from the beginning of my tenure as an NED, and some of these decks were 811 pages, and some of the decks included cases like Joe Hamilton, Bates, Lee Castleton, and as an economics graduate, for me to appraise data, commercials, figures, no problem. All day long I can do that. But I'm not a lawyer. And not many people on the board are lawyers. So I don't think the business did enough to equip NEDs and other individuals on the wider executive who are also not lawyers to be able to appraise documents effectively.
If we look at a slide pack, I think from your initial training, it can be found at POL 00448-401. This appears to be a page from a UKGI training presentation, is that right?
Yes.
And we see there are a few bullet points at the bottom addressing the historic shortfall scheme, the Post Office IT inquiry, and convicted postmasters. Did you receive any significant training or background information on those issues when you first joined?
No. And just to give you a bit more context, I think looking back now from my observations at the time, that there was an understanding within the wider executive and the board that everybody knew about these issues, and everybody doesn't. Not many customers were even aware until the ITV drama. So in hindsight, yeah, there should have been better training, but it was a very high level overview of what we were provided.
Thank you, that can come down. On investigations policy, I'd like to look at a document that relates to Project Birch. Could we please turn to POL 00423-697, please? This is a KPMG review of the Post Office's current investigations process, and it's dated the 13th of August 2021, so shortly after your appointment as a non-executive director. Do you recall being provided with a copy of this?
No, it was in the bundle that you sent me, but I don't remember seeing this.
And you don't remember any significant discussion about its contents?
No.
Could we please turn to page 10? And we can see some of the executive summary. I'll just take you to some of the key points. There's a current state assessment. It says the Post Office's decentralised model provides individual business teams with the independence to develop their own investigations framework. However, there is limited central oversight over these frameworks and the policies and processes that have been adopted by individual business teams. Whilst this model utilises the experience and expertise of staff within the business teams, it means across the Post Office there is no overarching consistency over how investigations are undertaken, the experience and qualifications of the investigators, the application of investigation minimum standards, especially in relation to high-risk cases, and the recording and reporting of investigations data. The final paragraph at the bottom there says, currently investigations are often undertaken within the Post Office from a contractual perspective, and there is little consideration at the start of an investigation as to whether it could potentially result in criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings. Early engagement with the Post Office legal would enable proper consideration of criminal or civil standards or consideration of when to liaise with, I think that's law enforcement agencies. It then says, in addition, there's no overall central monitoring of the investigation process and no visibility over the overall investigations population. As a result, the Post Office have no comprehensive analysis over the number or type of investigations it undertakes, including those that are high risk. And then it sets out some issues with governance and process. The first, investigations are not conducted consistently across the Post Office. If we turn over the page, we see some more points in bold. Lack of overarching governance and oversight over high-risk investigations. No clear, consistent triage process. Lack of consistent monitoring and reporting over all investigations. There is no consistent approach to quality assurance across the business teams. There is limited evidence of lessons learnt and continuous improvement arising from investigations across the Post Office. Over the page, please. Business teams often use area managers and line managers to conduct investigations. There is a lack of training in respect of investigations across the post office. There is no consistent use of an investigations case management tool across the post office. Were you aware, or were these matters brought to your attention when you joined the board or shortly thereafter?
No. The investigations into postmasters are treated differently from what I've observed, and the investigations into the wider executive are treated differently. In April 24, when I raised concerns into the investigations into the CEO, the response I got from Amanda Burton was the investigation. I asked for very, very simple parts of information, which was what's the cost of the investigation and what were the instructions. And till today, Amanda's never given that to me, which was really disappointing. And she confirmed in email the approach was more about protecting the CEO, which I was disappointed, because when it comes to a postmaster, as we've seen in the past and as we spoke about yesterday, the approach is very, very different. Postmasters can be suspended either. And when it came to this specific document, as I've said, I would have expected this to be brought to board, and I would have expected some kind of benchmarking in terms of where we were in our approach to try and ensure we did what the report said. But you don't know what you don't know, hence why I couldn't challenge this, because I wasn't aware of it, unfortunately.
So having sat on the board when this was produced and subsequently, are you not aware of any significant discussion in that respect, in respect of those bullet points, for example?
No.
Could we please turn to poll 004483320? This is a report to the board of September 2022, so a year later. And this is entitled Post Office Investigations Next Steps. And this is addressing what's going to happen in respect of prosecutions of individuals and the relationship with Post Office Investigations team. If we scroll down, we can see under the executive summary, it talks about how the Central Investigations Unit will be staffed. And it's the bottom bullet point that I'd like to ask you about. It says, Post Office has no appetite to pursue private prosecutions. However, it is proposed that Post Office investigators conduct investigations into suspected criminality and to report what has been evidenced to law enforcement and prosecutors in all 4 nations of the UK. The rationale being to act as a deterrent and to seek financial restitution through the independent and external criminal justice system. Do you recall receiving this particular paper for the board?
Not specifically, no.
No. Do you remember discussions about Post Office investigators conducting investigations into suspected criminality and reporting thereafter to law enforcement?
No. And this is another example of there's so much that's brought to the board. This should be a key issue, and it shouldn't be for noting, as the paper says at the top.
So
this should have been a discussion.
If we scroll up, we see their input source, and it's a noting paper.
That's unacceptable. This should have been a discussion. And it's, again, getting lost in the noise because of how much information is brought to board, unfortunately.
If we could turn, please, to page 4. We see the recommendation there at 2.4. It says, sorry, if we could just scroll up slightly so we still have that table. Thank you. It says, it is our recommendation that the minimum remit of the investigation function is option 4. And if we look at the table above, option 4 is investigations into post office and post office staff, postmasters and postmasters staff. So it includes postmasters staff. This would allow the Post Office to act in determining facts relating to situations ranging from allegations of theft or fraud by postmasters and or their staff using/misusing Post Office systems or functions where either or both Post Office and the postmasters are victims. Just pausing there, in respect of the issue of victims and the Post Office and whether it is a victim or not, is that the kind of language that you've seen being used in Post Office documents?
I've seen it being used in the documents that were presented to me with in the bundle for my evidence. But prior to that, I was not cited on them documents.
And we'll look at those documents shortly. Though through to misconduct or process failings in the Post Office and subsidiaries, the Horizon issue identified a failure to investigate beyond the postmaster in determining culpability. Best practice, and in some situations law, requires that all reasonable lines of inquiry to be followed, whether they point away or towards the considered investigative hypothesis, as it is the truth that is sought, not that a case is to be made against a selected individual. By investigating wider than the postmasters, and it then says, for example, their staff, when relevant, we demonstrate that the Post Office has learnt from the past and we should seek to determine actual culpability, if any, which is treating the postmasters fairly. It's that reference there to, for example, their staff when relevant that I wanted to ask you about. Are you aware of any discussions taking place about the extent to which the investigation should also look at the actual underlying systems, so the Horizon system?
No. When I had my discussion in October 23 with JB and Sarah Gray, there was no mention of the integrity of Horizon, and it was a case of trying to work, trying to see what's actually going on, maybe trying to be a bit fairer to postmasters. And there were some prosecutions that happened due to the postmaster being responsible, but it was their team or their staff members as a result. And that was the discussion that we had. And like I said yesterday, I did want to follow that up to get the tonality right, and that never happened. But for me, looking at this document, if the business wanted to learn from the past, there's a line, where's it gone? So I think the starting point should have been for the entire investigation element to be external. That's how you learn from the past. I don't, from my observations, what I've seen, discussions with postmasters, I'm not sure this business can control investigations, and investigators. Hence why from my perspective, the right solution would be to have an external third party deal with all of that.
If we turn, please, to page 6. We see there at the top, it says, this paper asks the board to note that the Central Investigations Unit staff are to conduct criminal investigations within the investigation branch's remit and report these matters to the police when appropriate and in accordance with the CLEP. As you said, it was a noting paper and you don't recall any particular discussion about that at board?
No.
What is your view as to whether the investigators or even whether sub-postmasters have access to sufficient information in respect of investigations?
So again, from what I have seen and my discussions with postmasters, they are provided with data and it's very difficult to understand that data. Horizon is very complex, and translating that data into some form to conduct an investigation is a challenge. But then being a normal postmaster and having to understand the way it's written to defend yourself again is equally difficult. And again, from discussions that I've had with individuals, there is very limited visibility in terms of investigations and material given. Previously, and very recently, should I say, individuals were not allowed a legal representative. And thanks to myself and Mr. Jacobs, we've pushed hard, and now individuals are allowed to have a legal representative. It's unfair, it's unhelpful, and when the business has got a starting point of defending itself and not a neutral position, I think it's grossly unfair. We did challenge the investigations late last year. Have you got the correspondence for that?
We will probably get to that in due course.
Fine.
This particular board report that we just looked at was from September 2022.
Okay.
You have said in your evidence, and you've said in your witness statement, that it wasn't until after the ITV drama that a number of board members told you that they hadn't understood properly the impact on sub-postmasters and how they had been treated. Can you give us some examples of those kinds of conversations that you had?
So the January board meeting is something I don't think I'll be able to ever forget. It was a cultural awakening for some of the board members. The ITV drama had happened, and the executive team, some of the executive team, should I say, came to that board meeting, and it started with a discussion on the ITV drama. And one of the individuals who mentioned how he received threats that his children, people hoped his children would commit suicide. It was very disappointing. The CEO received death threats. There were so many things going on. However, the board acknowledged that they should have done more to support the wider executive, and that was a mistake on our part. Hands up, no problem. However, individuals on the board and some of the discussions that took place, some people thought it was a dramatization, what ITV did. However, myself and Mr. Jacobs at the board meeting were pretty clear that this is the reality. This is what sub-postmasters go through, and the tonality, the way ITV delivered an exceptional piece was bang on.
Were your views taken on board in that respect?
I expressed them. I'm not sure if board members did, but I definitely expressed them. And nothing's happened for me to be able to say, or some kind of a test in terms of, okay, they definitely took it on board. I'm sure they heard what I had to say and what Mr. Jacobs had to say.
Were any contrary views expressed at that meeting?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Sticking with investigations and criminal investigations, can we please turn to poll 00448-616? We're still in the same period. We're now on the 4th of January at the bottom of this page into the next page. So that's during the time of the Bates drama. I think it may have finished perhaps that day. If we scroll down, please, thank you. At the bottom of this page into the next. It's an email from yourself to Mr. Bartlett. So Mr. Bartlett was the head of the investigations team or the central investigations unit.
Yeah, he's an ex-police officer, and he's the individual responsible.
And you say, I was hoping to visit your team in Chesterfield. Does that work for you? Can you give us a bit of background? Why is it that you were hoping to visit his team in Chesterfield?
For me, watching the ITV drama, obviously knowing what's happened in the past and trying to get it right, I felt that was my duty as a Postmaster NED, for me to ensure the organisation is run properly, and this was a major issue that needed to be resolved. And it was, again, building on the conversation that we had, just to try and help put the business in a better place.
If we scroll up, please, we can see he responded to say, unfortunately, my team is dispersed all over the country and is not based at Chesterfield. We do sometimes go to Chesterfield for training days, etc. So I'll let you know when the next session will be. Alternatively, if you're happy to speak to the team on Teams, then we can organise that very easily. It would be good to speak to you in the team, so thank you for offering to do this. And then if we scroll up, that's the 4th of January. The top email, I know it says the 1st of the 6th, but I think that's actually the 6th of January, is that right?
Yeah.
And it says, thank you for your email. I'm happy to work with your suggestions, and maybe it's better to speak to the new team members early Feb. Also, I'm happy to speak to them in person, when your team are in Chesterfield. Let me know the dates several weeks in advance, please. And then you say, lastly, did you have a think about our discussions regarding investigations team when we spoke at Wood Street? Can you assist us? What was the discussion at Wood Street?
As I said yesterday, it was trying to get the tonality right of what they are doing, getting postmasters involved to ensure the investigations team is in the right place, and watching the documentary and seeing how people were treated, how postmasters were treated, I felt morally it was my duty to try and get this in the right place.
So you had raised it with Mr. Bartlett. That was a drinks reception or something, was it?
Yeah, in October 23, with Mr. Bartlett and with Sarah Gray.
Yeah. And was there a response to this request?
No.
Do you know why not? Was there a discussion at all?
No.
I'm going to turn to some correspondence relating to a criminal investigation. Could we please turn to FUJ 00243203? Could we please turn to page 3? This is correspondence between the Post Office and Fujitsu relating to an ongoing police investigation. It's sent. This email is sent by Simon Oldnell. Do you know Mr. Oldnell at all?
Yes.
He's there as the Horizon IT Director.
Yes.
So he's not part of the investigations team?
No.
He has emailed Daniel Walton, who is the head of the post office account at Fujitsu, so perhaps his counterpart at Fujitsu. And he says, I understand from John, and that's Mr. Bartlett, that there have been some challenges with supporting an ongoing police investigation that involves a large sum of money. I obviously understand broader context, but wanted to reassure that the Post Office is supporting the police investigation and offering any and all assistance we can. Can I ask that you help with any conversation that the City of London Police need to have with Fujitsu Services Limited? If we scroll up, we can see a response from Mr. Walton of Fujitsu. He says, as this is a legal matter, Fujitsu Legal are communicating with the City of London Police. I'm not involved in these communications, and in any event, Fujitsu considers it to be inappropriate for Post Office and Fujitsu to be discussing a police investigation. If we scroll, please, onto the first page. The response from Mr. Bartlett. Just before we get to this response, were you aware of this issue at this particular time?
No.
The response, Mr. Bartlett, is as follows. One of my team has gone back to City of London Police to see how the contact you referenced below was progressing, as we have an open and objective engagement with the City of London Police on this matter. City of London Police has informed us that they have not had any additional information nor contact with Fujitsu after the single exploratory and inconclusive conversation. They left the conversation with the feeling that they were indirectly being told that the Horizon system was unreliable, and so the case could not progress. We really need to explore this, as this is not the nuanced impression Simon Oldnall has given me. As the potential victim in the case, the Post Office would be grateful if you could provide me with contact details for either the equivalent person in Fujitsu in the UK to my role, i.e. in charge of investigations, or perhaps the head of security if you do not have a dedicated investigations team, or the appropriate person in your UK legal team. I will then pass these details on to the City of London Police, who are looking to have a trilateral conversation with Fujitsu, Post Office and City of London Police. Just before we get to the next paragraph, what is your view in respect of what's said there about Post Office being the potential victim in the case and needing to liaise with Fujitsu?
I feel it reinforces what I've said, which is the starting point of Post Office Limited when it comes to investigations. Hence why I just don't feel it's appropriate for the business to be doing the investigations. And again, I wasn't aware of this until I received it in my bundle.
It then continues, it is impossible to overstate how important this is. I need to advise both the police and the Post Office as to the evidentially established reliability or not of data that is being used every day in establishing outcomes with postmasters and potentially to be presented to the criminal justice system by the police and the 3 public prosecuting agencies. The non-provision of relevant witness statements from the Post Office and Fujitsu will rightly be interpreted by the police and prosecutors as the Post Office and Fujitsu not having faith in the reliability of the data, with the obvious outcome resulting. Look forward to hearing from you, and thank you in advance. Would you expect this kind of an issue to come to the board?
Yes. It's as I've said yesterday, it's this selective and filtering of information that's given to the board, which is really disappointing.
There's then some correspondence between Mr. Patterson, the CEO of Fujitsu Europe, and Mr. Reid, Post Office CEO. Could we please have a look at FUJ 002431199? I'm going to read from this letter. 17th of May 2024. So by this time, had the matter reached the board?
No.
And this is a month later. I'm writing to you directly in order to raise serious concerns that have come to my attention, which indicate that the Post Office continues to pursue enforcement against postmasters, and it expects Fujitsu Services Limited to support such actions. To be clear, Fujitsu will not support the Post Office to act against postmasters. We will not provide support for any enforcement actions taken by the Post Office agent against postmasters, whether civil or criminal, for alleged shortfalls, fraud, or false accounting. And then he addresses 3 topics, in particular criminal investigations. And this is a reference to that particular correspondence that we've just been looking at. We have become aware of a recent investigation by the City of London Police into a Post Office branch. The approach of Fujitsu is to cooperate with the police and any other third party exercising independent investigative, prosecutorial, regulatory or judicial powers. However, we are concerned by the behaviour of the Post Office investigation team on this matter. That team maintains an approach of Post Office as a victim and requires Fujitsu to provide a witness statement as to the reliability of Horizon data, stating that without such statement, the case will not progress. For the investigations team to act in this matter seemed to disregard the serious criticisms raised in multiple judicial findings and indeed exhibits a lack of respect to the ongoing inquiry. What's your view about what's written there?
I think Fujitsu are right in what they're saying, and I find it disappointing that this was not discussed at board.
Second point, pursuit of shortfalls from postmasters. It seems that Post Office may be continuing to pursue postmasters for shortfalls in their accounts using Horizon data. We would have expected the Post Office has changed its behaviour in light of the criticisms and is appropriately circumspect with respect to any enforcement actions. It should not be relying on Horizon data as the basis for such shortfall enforcement. Next, Postmaster redress. Fujitsu recognises that it holds Horizon-related information that may assist postmasters and post office workers to appeal their convictions and/or seek appropriate redress. Over the page, if we look at the final paragraph, he says, based on what I have seen and heard in the inquiry, there is a significant behavioural and cultural aspect to the Horizon scandal. As leaders of our respective organisations, I believe we're both committed to learn the lessons necessary so that this appalling scandal can never be allowed to happen again. Now, there is a response, and we can find that at FUJ 002432201. This is a response from Mr. Reid. Were you consulted about this response?
No.
Are you aware of the board having been consulted about the response?
No, maybe with, as I said yesterday, because the board's tiered, maybe there was a discussion with the more important board members, but certainly not with the board as a whole. And there were discussions with Fujitsu at this time regarding a contract extension, so those discussions definitely took place, but this didn't.
The letter says as follows, 30th of May 2024, I write further to your letter in which you make a number of concerning statements about postmaster enforcement. If we scroll down, the letter says, I would like to reassure you that Post Office has invested significant time and resource affecting cultural and procedural change across the business, taking on board the court's findings and ensuring that our postmasters' interests are central to everything we do. I would be keen to talk to you further about these changes, as it appears from your letter that there are some fundamental misunderstandings at Fujitsu about Post Office's current day culture and activities. He then addresses each of the points. Criminal investigations, he says, I can reassure you that Post Office is not now and will not be in the future undertaking any prosecutions against postmasters or any third parties as the prosecuting body. Over the page, please, thank you. He says, in respect of enforcement, Post Office requests only relate to cases where our teams are supporting criminal investigations or prosecutions pursued by independent third parties, such as the police or the Crown Prosecution Service. So that's in line with the noting paper that we saw earlier. In response to the specific case you raised, potential criminal activities were identified in the branch, and Post Office therefore reported the matter to the police. We have assisted with the police's investigation, including providing supporting data from the Horizon system. Naturally, it is vital to the police's investigation that it can rely on the Horizon data it has received. I'm happy that you have confirmed in your letter that Fujitsu will cooperate with the police when it is exercising its independent investigative powers, as this case would require a statement from Fujitsu. It is a matter for the police and Fujitsu to determine the necessary content of that statement. He then addresses the other two matters very briefly. Pursuit of shortfalls. He says, as you're aware, civil recovery of losses was stopped by the Post Office in 2018, so Horizon data is not currently being used for civil recoveries. And if we go over the page, we see there the Postmaster redress. The reliability of Horizon data is also central to the compensation and redress schemes which Post Office is currently delivering to right the wrongs of the past. I welcome your confirmations that Fujitsu will provide Post Office with information. Do you have any views on that response?
It's disappointing this letter went out the way it did. And I think what this letter quite clearly shows is the lack of control and oversight within this organization, where the CEO is implying a certain point, so we're not prosecuting, but yet you've got investigators doing investigating, and they are basically doing what we've already seen previously on some of the other decks.
I want to take you to an email that you sent to the chair of the Post Office in June. So that is Pol 004483898. So that correspondence for Mr. Reid was the 30th of May of this year. This is then an email unconnected of the 14th of June of this year, entitled Postmaster Police Investigations. And you raise a concern there that information hadn't come to the board relating to prosecutions. Is that right?
That's correct.
You say there are some additional documents on Diligent. Diligent is a system that you can access board papers on. Is that right?
That's correct.
From a board meeting on October the 23rd regarding police investigations and postmasters, which I feel need clarifying. Can you assist us with this email and what your concern was?
So there was an item discussed at the October 23 board meeting regarding police investigations into potential wrongdoings and how the investigations team, supported by legal, wanted to adopt a specific approach. So what myself, Mr. Jacobs, and also Mr. Tidswell and other board members all resisted, said, no, we do not want to go down this approach. And it was agreed for the investigations team, so in this case JB, to come back with what he was thinking in terms of some examples, so as a board we could then appraise what's going on and check the tonality. Now, my alarm bells were ringing when I saw this item had been closed. So for me, this created misinformation within the wider executive based on a decision that had not happened. And as my job as an NED, I ensured I called that out, which is why I've raised this with Mr. Railton. And we have reopened this item, but I'm not sure if there's been any discussions with COSEC or whoever took the minutes on the day as to why such an incredibly important issue was closed when it definitely was not closed.
And why was it that in June of 2024 you were looking into the issue of police investigations?
There was no specific reason as such. For me, I'm always thinking about how to make the organisation better, and just going through what I have to do as a director, looking at the action logs, just double checking things. Were they closed? What's open? Is it assigned to the right person? And when I saw the action log and I saw that closed, that's when I thought, oh, hang on a minute, this is not right. I don't remember this being closed. I confirmed with Mr. Jacobs, do you remember this being closed? And he said no as well. And yeah, I sent, I'm not sure if you've got the attachment to this. I did also send the minutes to corroborate with what I've said here, and Mr. Railton agreed that this is not what was agreed.
And by this stage, the 14th of June of this year, had you been informed about this correspondence between the CEOs of the Post Office and Fujitsu?
No.
Would it have been relevant to the issues you're raising here?
100% yes.
Could we please... Sorry.
Just looking at the dates, it's such a coincidence, but yeah.
Do you know if Mr. Reid was aware of your concern that was being raised here?
Maybe in hindsight, I should have CC'd Mr. Reid in, but I would have expected Mr. Railton to pick that up as chair with Mr. Reid.
Thank you. Could we please turn to FUJ 002432204?
Before we do that, Mr. Blake, can I just be clear, Mr. Ismail, about what you were saying about Mr. Reid's letter, all right? As I understand it, you are certainly saying that before Mr. Reid sent a letter like that to Mr. Patterson, there should have been some awareness of that or a discussion of that at board level. Yeah?
That's correct, sir.
I've got that point completely. What I'm not sure about is whether you actually have an issue with any of the contents of Mr. Reid's letter. And if so, could you tell me what they are and why you have those issues?
Yes. For me, the issues are the Post Office is just still not seeing what everybody else is seeing. Starting from a victim's, having a starting point as a victim is unacceptable. And for me, Mr. Reid's letter shows the disconnect that exists within the organisation and how information just doesn't seem to be passed, and the silo working mentality, unfortunately, is still rife.
I'm playing devil's advocate now, all right? So nobody should misunderstand me. But if an alleged crime has been committed, like, say, theft or fraud, then there is an alleged victim, all right? And it can only get to the police if the alleged victim makes some kind of report or investigation and then reports it to the police. I think that must be right, must it not? So isn't it inevitable that the victim, or the alleged victim, let's choose our words very carefully, must have a role to play at the very start of an investigation? Otherwise, it never gets to the police.
That's correct, sir. But as the Fujitsu letter stated, the Fujitsu were happy to provide information based on an independent third party verifying. Now, once that happens, then yes, I'm in agreement with you. But to start from a position that echoes the past, I find disappointing.
All right. So am I right in thinking that your point is that before Post Office reports an alleged crime of, say, theft or fraud to the police, it should instigate an independent investigation by someone other than the police before referring it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Fine. All right. I understand. Thank you.
There's now further correspondence on the 8th of July from Fujitsu. That's FUJ 002432204. It's another response from Mr. Patterson. I'll read to you a few passages from that. He says, I'm glad we both share a commitment to learn lessons from the Post Office Horizon scandal and to ensure that the appalling treatment of postmasters and the miscarriages of justice that occurred could never happen again. That's my reason for writing to you. He says in the next paragraph, in simple terms, the Post Office is requesting that Fujitsu give expert opinion evidence to be used in criminal proceedings against postmasters and post office workers. In your letter, you rightly note that the content of any witness statements is a matter between the police and Fujitsu. However, I consider it necessary to address this issue with you because the request was made by Post Office and because I consider the request to be entirely inappropriate, particularly in the light of the evidence being uncovered at the inquiry. I enclose with this letter, and it's the email chain that we've just been looking at, and he says, Mr. Bartlett continues the prior narrative of seeing the Post Office as the victim and requests a witness statement to address the reliability of the Horizon system and the admissibility of evidence produced from it. Mr. Bartlett suggests that a failure to do this would rightly be interpreted by the police and prosecutors as the Post Office and Fujitsu not having faith in the reliability of the data, with the obvious outcome resulting. A witness statement from Fujitsu attesting to the reliability of the Horizon system and of data from it in criminal proceedings would amount to expert opinion evidence. Fujitsu is incapable of providing expert opinion evidence as it is neither independent nor has it sufficient information to provide such an opinion. As the Post Office is well aware, there has been and continue to be bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system. Further, Fujitsu currently has and previously has had access to branch transaction records. Your letter also acknowledges the existence of other matters which could have operated to create innocent discrepancies in branch account, including miskeys or omissions when remitting cash or stock based on Horizon data by end users. It then refers to Horizon system being reliant on delivery of services by Post Office and third parties. If we scroll over, he says, based on the evidence which has been seen and heard in the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry, Fujitsu considers that all of the matters mentioned above would need to be investigated carefully by the Post Office and the police, with the assistance of an independent technical IT expert and possibly also a forensic accounting expert to ascertain proper explanations for branch account discrepancies. Just pausing there, we've seen in previous phases of this inquiry discussion about obtaining a statement from an expert who can attest to the reliability of the Horizon system. Are you aware of any discussions at board level about that topic?
No.
Fujitsu considers that only after such an investigation has been undertaken could a meaningful expert witness statement be made in subsequent criminal proceedings which addresses the reliability of the Horizon system and the relevant data produced. For the reasons I've mentioned above, Fujitsu cannot provide such a statement. And then he addresses the topic of shortfalls. I'll ask the same question I've asked a number of times. Were you made aware of this communication?
No.
We then have Mr. Owen Woodley, acting CEO, responding on the 23rd of July. Could we please turn to FUJ 002433209? I know I've done a lot of reading. I'll just read a few passages from this letter. He says, I wrote further to your letter of 8th of July addressed to Nick Reed, and thank you for coming to our offices to meet with me. The expert evidence point is addressed at the bottom of this page. He says, your letter said that Post Office was requesting that Fujitsu give expert opinion evidence to be used in criminal proceedings against postmasters and Post Office workers. That was not the case. As you rightly say, Fujitsu is not able to provide expert opinion evidence, and it is not sufficiently independent for any statements that it may provide to be deemed expert evidence by the police or the Crown Prosecution Service. Post Office is aware of that and has not / would not request that Fujitsu provides expert opinion evidence. He then says about halfway down that first paragraph, the police have raised questions regarding the data and the Horizon system and the AC and I team. That's what was the Central Investigations Unit, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Referred the police to Fujitsu as the Post Office's provider of the system to obtain answers to those questions. The feedback they received in April 2024 was that the police had only been able to have one conversation with Fujitsu at the time, and the investigation officer's impression from that conversation was that they were indirectly being told by Fujitsu that the Horizon system was unreliable. As a result, the police told the ACNI team that the investigation could not progress. He then addresses, he says, in light of the feedback from the police, and he discusses the discussion about the letters. If we go over the page, one more paragraph that I'll read. He says, we discussed that Post Office had used the word victim, so he addresses this victim issue in correspondence with Fujitsu. We both acknowledged that while this may be legally and factually accurate description, it does not reflect the change in Post Office's attitude towards postmasters. Does that reflect your own opinion?
Yes.
Yes. Did you have a discussion with Mr. Woodley about that point?
No. The first time I saw this letter was last week when I received my bundle.
Naturally, there'll be instances where Post Office has to use the proper legal term to describe matters, for example, in correspondence with or evidence provided to the police or the CPS. However, alternative language will be used when discussing these matters with Fujitsu, other third parties, and in internal Post Office correspondence. Are you aware of any kind of cultural change taking place at the Post Office in the matter that's described here, in terms of the language used within the business? Are you aware of any policies, for example, that people shouldn't be referred to, the Post Office shouldn't be referred to as a victim, save for those circumstances identified here?
No.
I'm very clear that our communications must reflect the cultural change in the organisation. He then addresses the Postmaster shortfalls point. The very final letter on this is the response from Fujitsu of the 26th of July, and I'd just like to take you to that. That is FUJ 00243211. This is a letter sent to Mr. Woodley. Is this also a letter that you hadn't seen before receiving it from the inquiry?
Yes, I've not seen this before.
He says, it's unfortunate that Nick was not able to attend the meeting as discussed. The original purpose of writing to Nick was to escalate CEO to CEO the concerns relating to certain behaviours within the Post Office. It seems clear that the Post Office continues to have significant cultural issues, sees itself as a victim with the enforcement and prosecution of postmasters considered as a business as usual activity of a commercial retail company. As I stated in my correspondence to Nick and during our discussions, Fujitsu finds the language and the suggested behaviour unacceptable from Post Office investigators. I do not intend to engage further with the Post Office on this matters I raised. We completely trust in Sir Win and the inquiry process, which will examine the extent of the Post Office change in Phase 7. Aren't we back again to the school playground a little bit here, with Fujitsu refusing to engage further with the Post Office, and as seen in this exchange of letters?
Yes, it does feel like that, yes.
I mean, how would you describe the relationship between the Post Office and Fujitsu insofar as you're aware?
From the updates that we received as NEDs at board level, the relationship wasn't the best, and I can understand that. And we both need to work together for the short term, at least. And until we have our new branch IT system ready, there's no way of exiting the relationship with Fujitsu. So it was a case of get on with it and make it work for the postmasters up and down the country.
And the impression that's given by this correspondence is a real breakdown in the relationship between the two of you. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I can see why it does look like that, yes.
Would you expect a letter of this sort, or the correspondence that we've just been seeing, to have been addressed at board level in light of the relationship between the two companies?
Yes, as Fujitsu is one of our biggest partners, I would have expected that, yes.
And has that seeming breakdown in the relationship been addressed at board level to the best of your knowledge?
No, because it's not been raised.
I'd like to ask you a few more issues on cultural issues before we take our morning break. We're only taking one morning break today, but it'll be 15 minutes long. Equality and diversity issues you've raised in your statement. That document, come down, thank you. You say at paragraph 25 that you've only been invited to one equality, diversity and inclusion meeting on the 3rd of March 2022, despite being the EDI lead on the board. Can you give us a little bit more detail on that, please?
As I said in my statement, I was appointed by Angela Williams as the lead when she was the Chief People Officer, and I was only invited once. I'm not sure why. And some of the conversations I've had, so last month, for example, I had a conversation with an individual of an ethnic minority, and just a polite, hi, who are you kind of conversation, introductory conversation. And when I introduced myself, he said to me, oh, I didn't know that you were on the board. This organization has a certain point where individuals with diversity can get to, and then beyond that, there is nobody, unfortunately.
I'd like to take you to some email correspondence from last summer. Could we please turn to poll 00448-378? And if we start on page 2, please. You have written there to Jane Davies. So what was Jane Davies's position?
She was the Chief Retail Officer. No, she was the Chief People Officer, sorry.
Thank you. Subject, racism and employment practices. You're writing to express your deep concerns about recent issues regarding racism and employment practices at the company. First, I was deeply troubled to learn from recent articles that racism has been identified within our business. As the D&I board member, I am particularly concerned that I was not informed of these issues until a postmaster brought them to my attention. I believe that we must address these issues head-on and ensure that our company is a welcoming and inclusive environment for all employees. Sticking to that first point, what was the background to that?
There was...
If we scroll up, sorry.
It's there on the article from the Computer Weekly. So there was an article on the Computer Weekly website regarding a document.
If we scroll down below the link, that might assist you.
So this was when individuals rang into the call centre in their time of need to report losses, and people on the other side answering, POL employees answering calls were using the term, I've got another Patel.
And you have also mentioned here an issue with the rehiring of staff members. How does that tie into the equality, diversity and inclusion issues that you're raising?
I think it reinforces what I have already said.
And what do you mean
in terms of there's a specific makeup of individuals this organisation hires, and by rehiring we are never deviating from that. And for me, what was clearly evident, and I've raised on numerous occasions when I started as an NED in early 21, throughout the strategy days to various individuals who joined the organisation. The Post Office has to relate as an organisation to the demographic of its postmasters. There's got to be some kind of connection, so the hierarchy, the middle management, the board, everybody understands what postmasters are going through. And an example of this was, and it's in my witness statement, in April 24, when there was 3 events organised during the month of Ramadan. And I received an email. Firstly, I wasn't invited, neither was Mr. Jacobs, to Postmaster listening events. And we were both shocked because we had postmasters saying to us, what's the point of you two being on the board? We don't hear from you. We don't know what you're doing. So on the not hearing from us, in November 21, Richard Taylor advised both of us not to communicate on social media or with any other postmasters, which was the way I certainly saw it, was a lack of confidence in our independence and what we're doing and in trust. Going back to the April 24, when these events were organised, I raised the point that why we've not been invited by the senior management. That was never responded to. And my specific conversations at the time with Tracy Marshall was, okay, Tracy, if you want to do these events throughout this period, just ensure that you cater for individuals who are fasting. So please have proper meals ready, ablution facilities, and mass prayer facilities. And the response I got was, we don't provide that. And I challenged back, and I said, well, so then you're excluding postmasters. And with my conversations with Mr. Jacobs, he confirmed to me as well, Saf, I've got staff members who would be fasting also, so I wouldn't be able to attend. So I don't think the business quite understood. Now, common sense did prevail, and Mr. Woodley rightly, once I've raised this with him, changed the dates to afterwards. Now, the business was very keen to get them events done before phase 5 and 6, and rightly or wrongly, but the timing just was not right.
If we scroll up on this email, we can see Mr. Jacobs also responds. He says he had recent reports from an Asian colleague who complained to him that he was talked down to by a team member on the help desk that handles transaction correction queries. When he challenged and claimed it was inaccurate and asked to organise a visit to visit the cash centre to see the evidence, he claims he was repeatedly obstructed and told to accept the transaction correction. He would add, having visited the cash centre and watched the CCTV, he was 100% correct, despite the claim by the Post Office that the matter had been reviewed by a supervisor. If we scroll up, we can see a response from Mr. Tidswell, who says he thinks there are a number of strands here. First, there is highly disturbing evidence from the inquiry about historical racism, and that was the identification codes issue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Then there is a question about hiring practices to ensure that the Post Office is alert to rehiring people who have a history at the Post Office, and that's a matter we've already discussed today. There is the important need to ensure we have a business today in which racism is not tolerated at any level. And he says the report from Elliot about incidents is very concerning. Ms. Davies, on the first page, at the top of the first page, also says that we've all been disturbed by this feedback. It needs to be appropriately investigated and dealt with. We're taking steps. We should all get on a call so we can update and agree appropriate steps. Do you think that sufficient steps have been taken in this regard?
No.
Was there a conversation here where steps were agreed?
Not that I can recall, no. But I'm not sure how long Miss Davies was in the business after this, but I would have expected this to have been something, an issue that the people team would have been taken seriously, and I would have expected more than one individual to take ownership of this.
Thank you. And that can come down, thank you. Very finally, before the break, the topic of bonuses. Within your statement at paragraph 68 to 75, you address what you refer to as an unhealthy and unjustified obsession with bonuses and remuneration. Can you assist us with what you mean by that?
So, from my observations throughout being on the board, there is clearly a culture which is bonus-led. So, firstly, between January 23 and March 23, there was an obfuscation of Remco papers by the wider executive, which resulted in bonus gate in May 23. Then we had recently discovered, that there was a Remco pay grade over the last 6 months. Being a board member, I wasn't even aware of this. So I challenged Amanda Burton regarding this specific Remco pay grade. And in April 24, Amanda responded saying how since 2019, certain individuals had received pay increases up to 30% since 2019, whereas the reality is postmasters on the front line have not had a real increase since 2015. My own businesses, my income's a couple of percent. My costs have gone up by 18% in the last 2 years, clearly showing how the culture is driven specifically. It's a bonus culture within this business. Then there was some communication again in April with myself, Amanda Burton and Mr. Jacobs regarding S-tips and L-tips. So the management put forward a recommendation for their L-tips. And like I said yesterday, until the bonuses are being paid and until the reassurance is given when they are paid, morale's a little low, which we've heard on numerous occasions at board meetings last year also. And the recommendation put forward for the L-tip, which is long-term incentive payment, was complaints against postmasters. And when myself and Mr. Jacobs saw that email, we read it a few times, thinking, what? How can that be? And we then went back to Amanda and informed her, why is the wider executive putting forward a metric that they're not even in control of? How does that even make sense? So then, as part of my role and good governance, I went back to Amanda and I've disclosed the email outlining key metrics that should be used. Firstly, I don't believe this business should have any bonuses. However, what I've been told is it's part of the contracts that have been agreed. Now, if our hands are tied, then surely the metrics need to be right, which need to be connected to the realities of postmasters. So what are postmasters receiving in remuneration? What is going on in terms of the organisation, in terms of profitability? What about cutting central costs? So these were my counter proposals. And I did that, and it was at the board meeting in June 24 or July 24, very recently, when I challenged back to Amanda advising when are we going to implement, and Amanda Burton, and I was very disappointed with the response. It was, again, the way I perceived it, protecting the wider executive to ensure bonuses are met. All I was told was, sorry, it's been agreed, we have to stick with what we've got.
It might be suggested that there is a tension there between being a sub-postmaster and being a member of the board, and potentially a conflict when it comes to those kinds of remuneration issues. What would you say about that?
I'm not sure it is. I can see why it looks like there's a conflict. It's about bringing the reality of doing my duty as a director to life. So my responsibility is, and my fiduciary duties, to ensure the business is run correctly and to ensure the taxpayer, the shareholder, has value for money, and also ensure Postmasters past, present, future are treated well and the business is running in an effective manner. So seeing this culture and not calling it out, I feel compromises my responsibilities. So I appreciate how it does look like a conflict, but for me, my role as, in terms of my moral duty in calling it out is my first responsibility, and that's what I was doing.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our morning break.
Yes, of course. 20 to 12?
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
We're going to move on to a new topic, and that is the new branch IT system. Could we please bring onto screen your witness statement? That's WITN 111-70100 at page 9, please. Thank you. If we scroll down the page, you've set out in your witness statement a number of problems that you have faced with the current Horizon system. At 31.1, you say Horizon suffers from a lack of integration with other systems. If we move on to 31.2, I think you say that Horizon systems are unnecessarily complex. 31.3, not designed to cater for human error. 31.4, the daily and weekly reports are not easy to analyse. 31.5, there are issues with Horizon incorrectly reporting the sum of foreign currency being held in the branch. If we scroll down, 31.6, issues with Horizon failing to recognise the reversal of transactions. 31.7, experience of Horizon taking payments from a customer twice. And then incorrectly recording ATM transactions. In principle, are you in favour of a new IT system?
Yes.
Thank you. That can come down. The new branch IT project was commissioned prior to you joining the Post Office. Is that right?
Yes.
Who is responsible for that project?
So when I initially joined the business, Jeff Smith was responsible, and at some point, I think Zdravko Miladonov, and then more recently, Chris Brocklesby.
Paragraph 183 of your witness statement, you say that when you first joined, the anticipated budget was £280 million, and that is now in excess of £1 billion. Is that right?
Yes.
What do you understand to be the main reason behind that significant increase in cost?
There's a variety of different factors. Firstly, I remember when 280 million was discussed at the board meeting late 21, and Mr. Jacobs specifically questioned Zdravko, saying, 280 million, does that not sound too cheap? And the response was, well, that's the costings that we've got to for now. But as the project has evolved, there's been more to deal with. As the inquiries evolved, also there's been more, for example, training. And on the first Horizon, the current system that we're using, should I say, the lack of training, the lack of oversight, support. So in order to address these issues, to ensure the business doesn't make the same mistakes as it has done in the past, the budget has increased to ensure everything's incorporated for positive implementation and a better experience.
In your statement, you've raised a number of issues, starting with hardware being purchased and sitting in storage. Is that relating to the NBIT project, or is that something else?
No, that's in relation to NBIT. So, again, we were told at board that we had to decide on the purchase of this hardware. So, as a board, we then authorised in late 23 for the purchase of 30 million because we were instructed we had to make a decision, and in order to be ready to have the goods delivered for the implementation of the new system. And at the time we were told we were getting a very good deal, hence why we did it at a discount, 5%, something along them lines. Then Zdravko left the business. We had Chris Brocklesby, and now we've got a new individual, Andy Nice, who's heading up the new NBIT program. And the recent board discussions that we have had has opened a totally different conversation. And the conversation is as follows: Are we actually going to be ready for NBIT in the next 2 to 3 years? It doesn't look like it. Hence the Fujitsu extension that we're looking for, which I challenged in June 24, instead of going for a 5-year extension to give the shareholder and Postmaster some reassurance that we want to get on with this new IT system, go with a 2 years plus one, so we have a break. Now, further investigating that's happened and part of the strategic review that's been taking place, it's clear that we are not ready. We will not be ready for NBIT within the next maybe 2-3 years. Hence why buying this equipment was probably the wrong decision when we did that. And this has been spoken about at board over the last few months. And again, I've not seen any accountability taken for that decision yet.
And who do you hold responsible for that decision?
The IT, the individuals working within IT, and obviously the wider executive, because everyone's aware of what's been going on and what the business is trying to do in terms of implementing a new IT system.
Is there a particular individual within the IT team that you consider should take accountability and responsibility for that?
I feel it's a wider executive issue, because the decision wasn't solely based on one issue. Everyone within the wider executive would have discussed that.
Without going into legal advice, do you feel that the board have taken into account the matters that were raised by the inquiry in phase 2 of the inquiry concerning the original Horizon procurement and the difficulties that were experienced?
I'm not sure the board certainly has not been told about the specifics in terms of phase 2. Maybe the wider executive are probably more aware. I'm not privy to that, so I couldn't tell you.
You also raise that there are still a large number of bugs in the new system. Can you briefly summarise that for us?
Yes, so recently, since the Fujitsu conversation started in June 24 at board, we had to assess the commercials in terms of a renewal with Fujitsu and what's the longevity, how many years, tenure, etc. So in order to do that, there was an assessment made by the new chair on the current state of the NBIT program. And basically, we were so far behind, and the board had not been informed anywhere near to the level that it should have with regards to making decisions.
And are you aware of those issues with the bugs being resolved?
Not yet, no.
Do you feel that there is a sufficient grasp of the issue?
The board is aware that there are bugs, and I feel the board is waiting for the decisions from the strategic review in order to then produce a plan in terms of what needs to be addressed in a certain order.
You've raised in your witness statement a number of issues with the usability of the new system. That's paragraph 185 of your witness statement. I won't bring it up onto screen unless you need to see it. But first, you raise the issue of customer-facing screens. Very briefly, what is that issue?
So currently, if a customer visits a post office, the experience that a customer has is dependent on the staff member serving them. So depending on the skill level, capability, ability of the staff member. And it's clear, so the better trained, the better informed staff member gives the customer a better experience. However, having a customer-facing screen helps the Postmaster enormously, because firstly, it helps reduce on a training level. Secondly, from a governance and compliancy level, we hit high marks. And thirdly, the overall journey in terms of the customer choice is better, because the customer can actually see what the clerk the counter clerk is actually doing. And the experience is already so complex. So for me, I felt it's a necessity, and again, so did Mr. Jacobs, and we were continually told there's no money for it. Whereas we said it's a necessity, and maybe 2 or 3 occasions we were told, no, sorry, we can't do this.
The second issue you raise is to do with dual terminal logins. Very briefly, can you explain that issue?
Yes, so currently on Horizon, so a postmaster from Burnley who raised this with me, he's just one of a number on the existing Horizon, how it's very difficult if you're serving, you can't afford to have an extra member of staff. So if you've got account customers, you want to do them on one terminal because you're the manager of the branch, and then next to you, you've got another terminal so you can keep serving your customers. So the customer experience is still okay and you can still run your business. And unfortunately, on the current system, the post office, with their rule by exception, doesn't allow postmasters to do that, although they did for a very short period of time. So this is, again, another one of my concerns that I've raised for the new NBIT system. This should allow postmasters to operate effectively.
A third issue you raise is an issue with a retail sales facility.
Yes, so there's a lack of integration currently, and many postmasters need Horizon to provide a form of taking retail sales. And again, the business seems very reluctant to do that. And the business is very happy and very comfortable saying, oh, we've got costs to pay for card machines if card payments are taken on our terminals. However, when postmasters have costs and postmasters' Wi-Fi is being used, the post office unfortunately doesn't consider that, which is disappointing, hence me raising that point.
And the fourth issue, a particular issue regarding stamp stock balancing. Is that to do with the issue we spoke about yesterday, or is that a different issue?
No, this helps alleviate issues like that. So, again, as I have said on numerous occasions, myself and Mr. Jacobs have been ignored on so many different issues, and this is another classic. Regarding the design of NBIT, for us as postmasters, for the wider network, we want to produce something that's 2030 ready. We want to reduce the risk for postmasters, but also the risk for post office. And as part of good governance, we felt that the post office should start to consider, like they do with the self-serving kiosks, printing postage stamps. That reduces overnight the liability, approximately £200 million liability that we have in physical stamp stock. And in simple terms, a customer would come to the counter, they post a letter, parcel, whatever they want, and the post office clerk on the other side would print a stamp, whether that's a first, second, it's irrelevant. They would just print a stamp, either stick it on for a customer. If it's for a letter for tomorrow, give the sticker to the customer, they can stick it on. We currently do that, and unfortunately there's been no appetite to do that. And it was late last year when the conversation started with Chris Brocklesby, again, saying, why have we not been informed? You're making decisions about auto stock rem based on trying to correct stamp issues, which is fine to make postmasters' life easier. But why are we not thinking about this when we're redesigning a new system? It reduces the time a postmaster has to balance every week. So overall controls, risk, everything comes back in line.
If I could take you to some board minutes, it's poll 004487889. This is a meeting of the 9th of March of 2023. If we could turn, please, to page 5. It appears from these minutes that you did have some influence on the board, or an opportunity to feed back to the board. If we scroll down, we see there it says, the chair noted that SI had had sessions in relation to NBIT and queried what his response had been. NBIT said, SI replied that he and EJ, that's Mr. Jacobs, had had a short demonstration of the development version of NBIT, and that although not all functionality was operational, good progress was being made and their experience was positive. You then spoke to the simplification of the system and the ease of training. If we scroll down, we can see there's reference there to you advising that you are still heavily in favour of customer-facing screens, so that's the issue that we just spoke about. As part of NBIT, and queried whether there was a way to be more targeted with customer-facing screens. The response was that Postmaster's self-funding customer-facing screens was another option. AC was Mr. Cameron, noted that one of the advantages of NBIT was that it was much quicker and cheaper to make changes in the future. We did not wish to invite delay and change the scope now. You queried whether funding for customer-facing screens could be applied as part of the next funding submission. Looking at that and looking at your experiences, do you feel that you have been listened to at board level in respect of the NBIT system?
Clearly not. There's been a certain tunnel vision approach to just get off horizon, especially with everything that's been going on. And that's led, unfortunately, to the business trying to do this very quickly, which is not necessarily the right way. And just to give a bit more context to these minutes, myself and Mr. Jacobs met with one of the individuals working on the Horizon program, and what they showed us was two very simple transactions, and this was very early on. The transactions we were shown were how to do a return and how to post an item, and we were shown what to expect from a back office perspective. It wasn't working yet, and for us as proactive postmasters, myself and Mr. Jacobs, this was revolutionary, because it would help us, it would transform the way we run our businesses and how we serve our customers. So for us, it was definitely the right approach that we were using. However, it was a very, very simple model, and I'm not sure people appreciate how clunky and how big Horizon currently is, and how even a simple screen is such a big upgrade. So for us to see new technology was massive, and one of the big plus points for us was the printers, which compared to what we've got now, the thermal printers, saving so much time, so much money for the shareholder.
Thank you. I'd like to move on now to a number of reports to the board, recent reports to the board, and I'm going to start with something that is called the Tenio report. Could we please turn to poll 00448-624? This is a board pack for a meeting on the 4th of June of this year. Was that a meeting that you attended?
Yes.
Could we please turn to page 109? There was a strategic review that was carried out, and this is an update for the board by a company called Tenio. Are you aware of the background to this report?
Yes. One of the conditions that Mr. Railton insisted on upon his interim appointment was to ensure a strategic review is done, and that should be done specifically by Teneo.
And if we scroll over, we can see the background. It says there, Post Office Ltd has invited Tenio to carry out a comprehensive strategic review of the business and develop a clear plan for the future. The Post Office faces a range of challenges, including, and it sets out various challenges. The final one of those is a need for technological overhaul of core systems with substantial delays and overspends on the Horizon replacement, and that's in line with I think what we've just been
Yes,
talking about.
correct.
Was this well received, this report?
Yes, it's the beginning of a new journey, is the way the board was looking at this, and the business, to be fair. So yeah, the starting point now, how we execute is the challenge.
If we scroll over the page, it has a set of key questions. One of them is fit-for-purpose technology, and the questions it asks is, how will technology support the future operations of the Post Office? How do we ensure new systems, e.g. Horizon replacement, are fit for purpose and future-proof? How should we partner with suppliers to achieve this? How can technology be leveraged to remove inefficiencies and human error? In your view, are those matters now being taken seriously by the business?
It depends on what the findings are once the review's been conducted and the implementation. I think it's a bit premature for me to give you a response for that.
Could we please turn to minutes of a board meeting from the 4th of June this year? That's poll 00448-648. We can see there at the Mr. Railton is now interim chair by this stage, although if we scroll down we can see that given his recent appointment, it says that Mr. Tidswell would act as chair at that particular meeting.
It was Mr. Railton's first meeting, hence he asked Mr. Tidswell if you don't mind.
Thank you. Can we please turn to page 4, and we're looking about halfway down page 4. So we've just seen that IT is going to be a big issue in the future, and something that the company is currently getting to grips with. We see there SJ was discussing the position on the reporting of procurement risk exceptions between ARC and the board, with LC as there seemed to be some inconsistency. Action, the chair queried whether IA or an external needed to be engaged to conduct a review of procurement governance. And then there is a reference a little further down to just at the end of that bullet point. It says, Mr. Railton and SJ agreed that IA needed to undertake a review of procurement governance. Can you assist us with what the issues are relating to procurement governance, however brief?
Procurement currently is a bit of a mess within the post office. So I've heard the head of procurement, and as I've mentioned in my statement, say in May 24, the board is risk averse. And at the following board meeting, I mentioned this, advising someone needs to have a conversation with procurement. The board is not risk averse. If incomplete information is provided, it's very difficult for the board to make the right decision. Then we had a situation earlier this year, June 24, where procurement basically made a mess of the spend on the new NBIT system. It went over 50 million, so we had to then get retrospective approval. Prior to this, towards the end of last year, again earlier this year, there's been issues regarding procurement. There was one point raised brilliantly by Brian Gaunt, one of the NEDs, when he advised, with the conversations he's had, that procurement were trying to agree contracts for 10 years, which is outside the norm in terms of commercial terms. The average is 5 years, but they were trying to go for 10 years just to avoid doing procurement again. Hence why I say procurement is a mess within the post office, and it's a procurement-led kind of approach, which is not helpful, not a commercial, common sense approach, and this is creating wasted funds for the taxpayer on numerous occasions, unfortunately.
And where do you say responsibility for that lies?
That's, again, procurement, but also the wider executive, because they're all in it together. everyone has to be working towards the same goal. Issues like this should be dealt with way before they get to the board. And again, it's in my evidence, the Belfast exit programme. What a disaster that was. The business wasted just under £35 million to, again, part of the NBIT journey, to move on to a cloud-based system, being told constantly, we've got to do this, we've got to do this, and then being told, oh, Amazon said we can't do this. The only thing we got from the 34.8 million that we spent, which was abandoned in January 23, was a new air conditioning system for our Belfast data centre. So it was extremely disappointing, and again, showing a lack of accountability on that side, on procurement, to deal with issues going forward to ensure we don't make the same mistakes again.
Thank you. 2 further reports have been obtained in the last summer. 2 reports from Grant Thornton. The first is called a board effectiveness report, and the other is a governance review. Can you briefly tell us the background to obtaining those 2 reports?
So, Mr. Staunton, before leaving, commissioned these reports, and from my understanding, because of what the business had been through due to bonus gate and other issues that were arising, he wanted to have an external organisation involved and produce a framework to ensure governance and compliance is implemented in the right way, obviously looking at the issues we've got. So that process started in October 23. Then obviously Mr. Staunton left towards the end of January 24, and early February, around February, should I say, the first draft of the Grant Thornton report was produced. And again, you've got the emails when myself and Mr. Jacobs challenged back, because the first draft was highly critical. And I remember conversations being had where certain NEDs said it was unhelpful. And the response myself and Mr. Jacobs sent was, so that's a good starting point. Let's just get on with what they have advised us to do. However, the report was then, in certain parts, redone. But
so it was critical of who? Individuals, the company?
The way it was written was probably the way it was written, it was more critical than how it is now.
And at whose request were the changes made?
I'm not sure who specifically instructed Grant Thornton to rewrite certain parts. I'm not privy to that, unfortunately.
Was anybody in particular calling for the changes to be made?
I remember the UKGI rep saying that. I also remember the interim chair, Ben Tidswell, also saying it was unhelpful.
Unhelpful for who? For a public audience or for an internal audience, or simply that it was not well drafted?
The words used were unhelpful. In terms of what context, you'd have to ask them.
Thank you. Could we please look at the first of those? That's poll 0044646. And this is the Board Effectiveness Review, dated the 19th of June 2024. If we turn over the page, we can see the background. It says there, the purpose of this review is to provide an independent analysis of the Post Office Board's effectiveness against the requirements of the UK Corporate Governance Code, etc. Then says the report has been collated from common themes identified during our point-in-time assessment of the board and its committees through key findings and survey output taken from our governance review, meeting observations, interviews with board members, and additional document review with fieldwork concluding in mid-May 2024. If we look at page 43, it has, I think, your name. You were somebody who was interviewed as part of this project.
That's correct.
Is that right? Thank you. Could we turn back, please, then, to page 8? and it sets out there the key findings. First, lack of clarity on the purpose of the board, with a shareholder relationship inhibiting the board's effectiveness due to perceived interference in the Post Office's work and limited visibility around the longer-term funding and objectives of the organisation. Is that a finding that you agree with?
Yes, it's very difficult being the Post Office and having your shareholder, the government, and funding being given in limited amounts. So asking for X million and then small amounts being given, it's very difficult to have a plan in place.
Number 2, low levels of trust and team identity. It says 3/4 of the way down number 2, it says equally there are some views expressed of a 2-tier board in operation where decisions are taken outside of the formal board structure without proper debate, and not all non-executive directors have the same visibility on committee papers and minutes. Is that something you agree with?
That's correct, yes.
And those are matters that you've already addressed
Yes.
in your evidence. Number 3, no unifying purpose and strategy. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Number 4, lack of succession planning. What's your view on that?
Yes, we had discussions regarding succession planning, and in private NED-only sessions, and it was clear the lack of talent that existed within the Post Office to take over if senior individuals had left the business. And an example was when Martin Kersley was about to leave the business. We were looking for somebody, and at the time the CEO advised the NEDs that the second in command, Ross Borkett, was too junior, and this was Martin left probably last year. I can't remember the exact dates. Now, regarding Ross, there was a discussion had earlier this year who's going to succeed Martin. He was stepping in interim, and the discussion that took place was obviously the CEO advised he was too junior, wouldn't possibly be taken seriously. So we were thought, certainly myself and Mr. Jacobs were under the impression that we're looking for someone more senior to do the banking aspect, because it's massive. It's 50% of the Post Office's business now. And we find out a few months later that Mr. Borkett's been appointed as the head of banking. So we were shocked. Now, that again highlights the lack of succession planning.
If we move to number 5, team process and meeting discipline, rolling agendas, chairing of meetings and presentations of information from the exec to the board all require focus. Is that something you agree with?
That's correct.
Number 6, the people agenda from culture through to reward needs ownership at board. Is that along the lines of the evidence that you've been giving yesterday and today?
Yes.
Could we please turn to page 16? This is priority C, leadership capacity, composition and succession. I just wanted to ask you about the penultimate bullet point on the left-hand side. It said that the Post Office did not anticipate an issue with corporate memory until recently in terms of managing multiple simultaneous non-executive director rotations points to poor succession planning processes. As such, the board should keep a line of sight over the output and debate with the NOMCO in terms of its terms of reference. Again, is that the same kind of issue about succession planning, this time relating to non-executive director rotations?
Yes, and this was a point that myself and Mr. Jacobs raised, and it's also a point I raised with Amanda Burton before. Sorry, it was a point that was raised with Amanda Burton, not by myself, but by Henry Staunton and Jane Davies, again on corporate memory. And if you're going to be the chair of Remco, you should be well versed on at least the last 12 to 18 months of what's been happening in that committee. And I was really disappointed when I raised the questions about salary increases, and she wasn't aware. So again, reinforcing the point of a lack of corporate memory within the organisation, unfortunately.
If we could turn to page 19, please, and that's priority D, which addresses issues of culture. They say there on the left-hand side, first two bullet points, trust is lacking between board members, exacerbated by the perception that there appears to be a two-tier board with some non-executive directors or independent non-executive directors excluded from certain decision-making, which is carried out informally by a subgroup of the board. Is that very much in line with the evidence that you've been giving?
Yes.
The Postmaster non-executive directors can understandably become very excised at issues affecting the Postmaster community and can on occasion be seen as activists rather than contributing fully as part of the team. What's your response to that?
I can see why the report says that, because we saw on the correspondence yesterday that individuals on the board thought we were shop stewards and union reps. However, for me, if we hadn't been blocked in November 21 and continually regarding communication to the wider Postmaster network and within the business, people still don't know we were there and still are there within the Post Office employee circle. I think that would have helped reduce some of the frustrations massively.
Can we turn to the second report? That's poll 004464777. This is the governance review. If we turn over the page, we can see the background to that. It says there, in accordance with the statement of work dated the 12th of October 2023, we present our report on the effectiveness of the governance practices at Post Office. So the work was commissioned on the 12th of October 2023. It's taken quite a considerable time to produce, and are some of the reasons for that, as you've said, because the report was originally provided in draft and was subject to revision.
Yes, but also the individual, i.e. Mr. Staunton, who commissioned the report, was exited from the business. So there was no continuity as such in following it through.
Thank you. If we turn to page 7, we can briefly go through the key findings. I'll again do what I did with the previous report, and we'll just take you to those headline points. Key findings: one of the most pressing areas to address to improve the impact of governance design is a purpose/cohesive strategy at the group level, which sets direction and ambition. First, the lack of a unifying purpose and group-wide strategy between the Post Office and the shareholder. Is that something that you agree with?
Yes.
Second, conflict around the role of the shareholder versus the board. Again, are you able to give your views on that particular point?
I agree.
Leadership capacity. It says that poll is currently affected by ongoing and upcoming board rotations, which impact on leadership. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Fourth, decision-making forums at enterprise level lack pace and do not enable accountability. What's your view on that?
As I said yesterday, unfortunately, in this business, the lack of decision-making and the pace at which things go through, it's very, very difficult to do something quickly. It's like moving 10 oil tankers all chained together at the same time. It's really hard.
And number 5, culture, a lack of trust, accountability, and performance management. Is that something you agree with?
Yes.
Looking at those two reports, is there anything there that stands out in particular for you as a concern with regards to the Post Office?
I think it's it's disappointing that investigations are not part of the key findings. And in hindsight, after what we've seen today and what was in my bundle, I would have expected there to be a specific section on investigations, being such a sensitive issue.
Thank you. That can come down. The very final topic that I'd like to ask you about is your involvement with sub-postmasters. Could we please have a look at poll 00448370? This is an email exchange from quite early on in your time as a non-executive director. You email Mr. Taylor and you say, hope all is well. Both myself and Elliot need some comms out as soon as possible, as many postmasters think we're doing nothing. Can we have a chat next week? And he says, of course, happy to discuss. I can speak on a call after the board meeting. Let me know when suits. Can you explain the concern that you had at this point in time?
For myself and Mr. Jacobs, it felt like a tokenist gesture in terms of putting us on the board and then basically stifling us regarding communication. We wanted to talk to postmasters. We wanted to bring this business closer together. We were all going through a really tough time, but unfortunately we were just not given the opportunity. We were not trusted to speak to the postmaster community, unfortunately.
Could we turn to poll 00448389? Moving on in time, this is now to April of this year. If we look at the bottom of this page onto the next page, you are emailing the non-executive directors and you say, I'd like to bring to your attention an issue regarding the postmaster events. We've recently received invites with very short notice, which is a disappointment on the part of our retail team. Once again, the team has failed to keep the board up to date and also needs me and Elliot informed about the postmaster listening events to ensure postmaster non-executive directors are present. Can you assist us with your concern there?
This is in relation to what we discussed prior to the break, the events that were organised during the month of Ramadan.
Yes.
So this is all part of that conversation.
And do you feel that you are being sufficiently kept in touch with events relating to postmasters?
No.
If we please could turn to poll 00448391. Moving on to the next month, 1st of May 2024. Let's start on the second page, the bottom of the second page, please. You say there, it's an email from Tracy Marshall to yourself and Mr. Jacobs. She says, I'm writing to ask for your help, please, with the ongoing non-executive director recruitment campaign. You may have seen it in Martin Roberts' email yesterday that we've taken the decision to extend the application window. Next paragraph, please. That's as a result of feedback from sub-postmasters. She says the other piece of feedback received is that postmasters want to understand a bit more about the role itself from your perspective. So they want you to address them in respect of the recruitment drive. And if we go, please, over to the first page, there's a response from you. At the top of the page, please. You say, top of page 1, you say, over the past 3 years, we have been significantly hindered from engaging with postmasters at the desired level due to a lack of response from the retail engagement and comms teams, despite repeated requests. Additionally, we are firmly opposed to the way in which the replacement process is being handled, which we have both been vocal about, specifically with regards to the lack of continuity, corporate memory, and effective postmaster oversight that will be lost in the handover process. There seem to be two issues there. One is a general concern about the engagement you're allowed to have with postmasters, and the other is actually about the replacement process itself. Can we take each of those in terms? If we start with the first, what is the concern that's expressed there about being able to engage with postmasters?
Sorry, can you just repeat the
Yeah,
question?
sorry, it's a little noisy. We'll just wait for the noise to die down for a second. Thank you. So the first issue there, oh no, the noise is back again. We'll just wait a moment. Sorry, sir, there's some building work above us and it's slightly disruptive.
It's a continuation of what was happening yesterday, I take it.
Possibly worse.
Right.
Well, let's see if we can plough through it. There is a first concern that you are being hindered from engaging with postmasters. Briefly, can you assist us with how you are being hindered with engaging with sub-postmasters?
So, as I've mentioned previously, in November 21, when Richard Taylor advised both myself and Mr. Jacobs not to have any communication on social media with any postmasters, number one. Number two, when I was out visiting postmasters on my own time, my own initiative, again, I was told that regional managers and individuals higher up were uncomfortable with me going out on my own. And for me, that was getting a flavour to ensure I bring back to the board to do a better job. Regarding postmaster events, continually myself and Mr. Jacobs were not invited, and I'm not sure why. Regarding the second part of your question, we had an initial conversation with Tracy Marshall, Martin Roberts, Sean Kerrison. I'm not sure if Sean Kerrison was in the room, but Tracy was definitely there and Martin Roberts were there. And the discussion was how to have, what should the criteria be to bring the new postmaster NEDs. And myself and Mr. Jacobs put together, we recommended a certain criteria on the call to them. And that was totally ignored. And then the advert went out with something totally different. So for myself and Mr. Jacobs, it was very disappointing. We will leave the board. We want, when our time's due, no problems with that whatsoever. However, all the corporate memory information that we've built, we want to give it to individuals, firstly, who are capable, secondly, who can hold the business to account with the right level of scrutiny. That's all we wanted. But again, we were totally ignored in what we suggested.
Thank you, Mr. Ismail. Those are all of my questions. Sir, we have some questions from our own Mr. Jacobs.
Right.
I'll hand over to him.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Ismail. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters. Is that better? Thank you. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters, and I have a number of questions for you. As part of the Post Office Board, have you been informed of the government's plans for the future of the Post Office?
Not yet, no. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm facing you.
Yes, if I need to speak up, let me know.
Yes.
I know there's some noise in the background. You say not yet. Are you expecting to hear?
My assumption is once the strategic review has taken place, there will be some serious discussions about the future of the post office. I did have a conversation with Johnny Reynolds a few weeks ago at the opening of a banking hub in his constituency, and the conversation was very positive. And one of the first points Johnny Reynolds made was to resolve redress for postmasters and to ensure current postmasters are treated fairly and postmaster remuneration is reflective of the efforts that are being put in.
Normally we would expect the owner of a very large institution such as this to have a 3 or a 5 or a 10-year plan with the direction of travel for the future of the Post Office? Is that the sort of thing that you're expecting to happen?
I am, once the strategic review has been concluded, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you about board awareness of survey results. Gavin Ellison gave evidence yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You might have been outside the room when he did so. Have you read the YouGov report that has been provided for the inquiry?
I have been cited.
So you'll know, won't you, that approximately 1,000 current sub-postmasters responded.
Yes.
70% say they suffer from screen freezes, 68% loss of connection, 57% say they've experienced unexplained discrepancies, and 65% of sub-postmasters surveyed experienced these types of issues at least once a month. You're aware of that?
Yes, I can relate to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know that you said that you've experienced similar things in your own branches, haven't you?
That's correct, sir.
Do you know if the Post Office Board or senior executives, before this survey came out, were aware of the huge dissatisfaction amongst sub-postmasters with how the Horizon system's working and how they're still being treated by the Post Office?
So firstly, a simple answer to your question is I'm not sure they are aware. The board certainly is not, right, to the level at which YouGov broke things down and specific points. And a survey is as useful as the questions you ask.
Yeah.
So what's telling is the questions that are being asked in the Postmaster surveys and the Post Office employee surveys. And if there's consistency applied, then there's specific data to cross-reference against and to produce a plan to implement. And I feel once the current board has sight of the YouGov results, they will put them forward and hopefully produce a plan. In terms of current and existing bugs, we are never provided with any specific detail. All we're told at board level is there's a number of bugs. We have fixed X amount of bugs. That's the only detail.
And this theme in your evidence about the board not being told what's going on by the executive, it feeds into previous employee survey results, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you say at paragraph 125 of your statement, in relation to 2023 employee survey results, that the poor results were not accurately reported to the board.
That's correct, sir.
Do you think then that the executive are deliberately downplaying the scale of problems relating to sub-postmaster dissatisfaction?
I don't think it's just sub-postmaster dissatisfaction. The executive, wider executive, is cherry-picking what issues they want to bring to board, which is not helpful.
And what do you think can be done or ought to be done about this cherry-picking tendency?
There has to be more oversight within this business, and the best placed individuals to provide the right level of scrutiny are existing and previous postmasters, because they understand the business.
Could we then go, and that brings me on to the next topic I wanted to address with you, could we then go to POL 00448394, please? This is, while we're waiting for it to come up, an email from Elliot Jacobs to you, dated the 28th of May 2024, and Nigel Railton is also copied in, and it's entitled Discussion Document. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, this was a discussion document that I did.
Yeah.
And for me, it was my views to set the new chair up for success.
And it's helpful because it follows on from what you've just been saying, because you say that this captures your thinking and aims for the future, particularly after some of the evidence from the former chief executive that was given in the inquiry. And just looking at the second paragraph, you say that, that there should be a committee called the PM Advisory Committee. And this committee should have a clear mandate and terms of reference, bring together voices from across the postmaster community, meet 4 to 6 times a year, and aim to educate and guide senior poll members on the impact of proposals and strategies. What members do you have in mind?
Proactive postmasters, so obviously groups who represent postmasters. This organisation is such a fascinating and fantastic institution. It has a wide range of stakeholders, but I don't feel having every single stakeholder on the Postmaster Advisory or Postmaster Council, whatever we want to call it, is helpful, because, as I've said previously, making decisions and it is very difficult. The lack of pace within the organisation is clearly evident, and we don't want to do any more to jeopardise any further lack of pace and decision making. So producing a specific committee with individuals where accountability can be made for specific projects, I think is really, really important and the way forward.
Okay, thank you. And which senior post office officials ought to be informed or educated by this committee?
So for me, maybe I should have been a little bit clearer. I feel it's important for the senior individuals to be on the committee as well,
I see.
to connect better. There's no point having a committee without these individuals, because whatever's discussed then can't be implemented. So, for example, the chief finance officer, the CEO, the chief retail officer, these individuals would be on this type of committee. And in currently, with the scenario that we're in, the transformation officer as well would be important.
And your proposal is that, reading through the document, it should have the authority to call upon senior poll members to explain and challenge what is working and what is not. You're talking about senior executive members who would be invited to come and be challenged.
Correct. Held to account.
Held to account. And you also say it should also provide some overwatch on postmaster investigations. Just on that point, you've told us yesterday that investigations have been rebranded branch assurance visits. Is that right?
Yes.
And that there are difficulties with the postmasters that are ongoing in relation to understanding data. Individuals until recently weren't allowed representation.
Yes.
And you talk about the business being the victim investigator, so it's not neutral, and problems with tonality. Do you think that this sort of oversight by an advisory committee would resolve these issues?
I think there's different strands to that. Firstly, it's got to be an external external body that does investigations. Right. Because I, for one, don't have the confidence, especially after what I've been cited on within the internal post office investigations and legal team for a fair hearing, number one. Number two, the advantage this oversight brings is there's certain situations that can happen in a post office branch. For example, a customer comes to the counter to deposit £1,000 and to withdraw £1,000, and in error you press the deposit button. So I've given the customer £1,000 and I've deposited £1,000. This is a very easy mistake to make. The buttons look very similar and they're next to each other. Now, for a postmaster or a Postmaster Council Advisory Committee, if a postmaster explains that issue and they're an active, live-serving postmaster, they can understand that.
Yeah.
However, an external body may not necessarily grasp that as quickly in terms of how simple and easy error it is to make.
Okay. So you think investigations should be conducted externally?
100%.
And there are 3 points that you raise at the conclusion. I think it's Mr. Jacobs who raises it, but you say that this is something that you put together.
The discussion document I put together.
Okay.
This was an email following on from my discussion document.
Well, one of the points that's made is the lack of automation is shocking, is what's said. Can you explain that problem and why is it shocking?
So we joined the board in June 21, and within a few months we made it very clear to the business that we need automation. Our costs are going through the roof. Our customer journeys are poor. They can be better. They should be better. The self-serving kiosks that we currently have are not good enough. They are not doing what they should in terms of the new QR codes. Some of them don't work.
I can, but only faintly, Mr. Blake.
This afternoon we're going to hear from Mr. Jacobs.
It's still not quite right.
I think my microphone has been turned on.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
We're going to hear from Mr. Jacobs this afternoon.
You can repeat
Yeah.
after me, please. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, please sit down.
Can you state your full name, please?
Elliot Mark Jacobs.
Mr. Jacobs, you should have in front of you a witness statement dated the 15th of August of this year. Is that right?
Yes.
That witness statement has the unique reference number WITN 111-80100. Could I ask you to turn to the final substantive page? That's page 29. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
I can.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you very much. That witness statement will be published on the inquiry's website shortly. Just by way of background, you've said in your statement that in 1998 you purchased a stationery company called Universal Office Equipment. Is that right?
Yes.
You established an online business-to-business stationery division. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in 2014, you negotiated a franchise agreement with the Post Office.
Yes.
That's grown over time, and you now have 8 stores, mainly in North London.
North London and Hertfordshire.
Thank you. When you say 8 stores, is that 8 branches of the Post Office?
Correct.
You set out in your statement various other positions you've held, but for today's purpose, it's relevant that you are a non-executive director of Post Office and have held that position since 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct. I also operate a bank hub.
Thank you. In terms of the non-executive position, you applied having seen an advert in a Post Office circular. Is that right?
Yes.
We've heard a bit about the process. I won't go over, again, the basic process. But you, in your statement, have addressed an issue upon standing again for the position. You didn't satisfy a criteria this time round. Can you assist us with what that criteria was?
So the important part of it was around corporate memory. I was conscious that both Mr. Ismail and myself had fixed terms, and we had become, although not expected when we joined, we were already the oldest standing non-execs on the board. And for us both to depart simultaneously would be a lack of corporate memory that this organisation so desperately needs. And so, having tried to express the importance of having some sort of, different approach to the way we were going to be off-boarded, I took the decision that I wanted to stand again in order to try and keep that corporate memory going if I wasn't going to be able to provide a decent level of transition. Mr. Ismail and myself met with members of the Postmaster engagement team to discuss the approach to appointing the next round of NEDs for postmasters. They listened and then decided upon a series of criteria that don't really provide any relevance to the role, but in fact would favour a postmaster with less expansive business.
So you have 8 branches. Is it more likely that someone with a smaller number of branches would satisfy the criteria?
Correct.
Do you know why that criteria was introduced?
No.
Do you think it was intended to ensure a different type of sub-postmaster to yourself and Mr. Ismail joined the board?
I can't say what they were thinking. I think from my view, we provide a robust challenge that perhaps is more of a robust challenge than they thought they would get. And perhaps the hope was that by having someone with the need to devote more time to their smaller operating business, that they might not get quite so much oversight.
In terms of your appointment, original appointment, and your training and experience, you've said at paragraph 35 of your statement that the board hadn't considered the infrastructure and training required to support Postmaster non-executive directors. Can you expand on that, please?
We were the first. And although I've held non-executive roles before in significantly less complex businesses than this one, I think Post Office underestimated the need to train us properly. The training was intense but limited and didn't really set us up for success, nor was there ongoing advice and guidance around managing conflicts, making certain that we had the right support going forward. I think they were learning on the job.
Do you feel that the role was something that the Post Office genuinely wanted to have?
Yes.
Do you think that it is still a role that the Post Office genuinely wants to have?
That's harder to answer. I would say in part.
And what do you mean by that?
Again, I think that a lot of good has come out of us being on the board. I think that the comments I've received from other non-execs, from members of the executive and from the chief executive, Nick Reed, was that he, both openly in public and privately, has said to me that the rigour we bring, the challenge we bring, the real-world experience we bring is greatly appreciated and has made a significant difference to the way the board operates. But I do wonder whether, having read some of the comments in the bundle you've provided, whether everyone feels that way.
And is there anyone in particular who you feel doesn't feel that way?
Well, I think the readout from the meeting with Minister Hollingrake sort of implies quite a bit.
What does it imply to you? We saw it yesterday, so we
Yeah.
don't need to bring it up onto screen.
I was disappointed to read how Mr. Ismail and myself are perceived. Certainly not how it happens in real life. And that we would be perceived in that way, I think, is disrespectful to the effort that we've made.
Do you think it was caused by any particular incidents?
I think there's a difficult balancing act as a non-exec and as a postmaster. I've always sought to find the balance, and Mr. Ismail and myself are aligned in many ways because we are postmasters, but we are from different viewpoints, and we agree on much, but we don't agree on everything. But I could understand how some people on the board may see that in us fighting and discussing and debating actively for postmasters, both present and past, that they may feel that we are bringing a level of postmaster interaction that they didn't expect.
We've seen in some documents reference to an oversight committee or the creation of some sort of other body. What are your views on that?
I think the engagement of postmasters and all stakeholders are fundamental in making the post office right for the future. I don't think the word oversight is necessarily right, and you can get caught up in the descriptive terms, but I do think bringing experience and knowledge to the heart of Post Office is what it's about. But it needs to enable Post Office to move swiftly and effectively and with knowledge from all parts of the business.
You commented on the training that you received. Was there, in your view, sufficient training in respect of the historic issues that the inquiry is investigating?
Not at all.
What kind of training do you think should be implemented?
Well, I think, for a start, to understand where we're going, you have to understand our past. And for me, when I joined the board, I think it's fair to say I did not understand the depth and scope of what had happened in the past. I, like many postmasters, have been told there's a few people who were found guilty, but it's okay, they were guilty. And what I learned after joining the board and being prompted by some of the community of postmasters that I began to connect with was that there was a an entire story I didn't know. I took the time to read the Nick Wallace book, which was both shocking and incredibly informative. I listened to the podcasts. I read some of the documents from the court case and case studies, and I basically did my own groundwork to find out what we had done and how it had happened. And frankly, the ITV drama should be standard practice for everybody to read and watch, because that really sets it up absolutely right.
And what did you feel of the knowledge of those around you on the board? Do they have a similar state of knowledge?
So the board has changed a lot whilst I've been there, as I say. Mr. Ismail and myself are the longest standing NEDs, so there's been quite a change on the board. When I joined, some of the board members had been there for quite some time, and I'm sure they had some of that corporate memory. The people who are on the board now have all been there just a matter of months or years, and I don't believe they've had the immersion that perhaps they should.
In terms of committees, you've said at paragraph 55 of your witness statement that Mr. Staunton wanted the Postmaster Non-Executive Directors on more committees, but there was pushback against that. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, including where that pushback was coming from?
So Mr. Staunton was very pro-Postmaster, I would say. He wanted this business to be Postmaster-centric. He wanted to drive forward an agenda of putting the Postmaster at the centre of the Post Office, which we talked about for a long time but hadn't quite executed. He was keen to have us involved in some form of Postmaster Council, or whatever terminology you wish to use, and was keen to see both Saf and I extended as well as additional postmasters brought onto the board.
And where was the pushback against that coming from?
I don't know precisely, but elsewhere.
You've said also in your statement that no Postmaster Non-Executive Directors sit on the remediation committee. Do you know why that is?
I don't know why, but that is true.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-396? This is an email that we've already seen today from Amanda Burton to Mr. Ismail and yourself. And she says, "Hi, Saf and Elliot. I know you requested more information about the annual bonus scheme and the long-term bonus scheme. I had thought you had access to all the papers, but now I have done some digging. I've discovered you don't. I've suggested that Rachel takes this up with Nigel, as I, for one, would be happy for you to see everything on Diligent." Can you assist us with what the difficulties were in obtaining information prior to this email?
So the Post Office Board covers a very wide remit of work. And within the work of the non-execs, we are also assigned to various other committees that then report up to the board, such as the Audit and Risk Committee, the Remuneration Committee, the Nominations Committee. There's lots of different committees. Each of these committees has a remit and a chair. And if you're not on that committee, you don't have access to the data, information, or notes that are made to that committee. You just get the readout from the chair at the board in a sort of a 2-minute update, for want of a better word. When this came about, and as a result of this communication, Nigel Railton, who is the current interim chair, took the decision, I think excellently, that two things would happen. First, that all committee documents would be open to all members of the board, and any board member could attend any committee as an observer at any time. I think that's an excellent improvement.
We know that in 2021 and 2022 there was an inquiry metric in respect of the bonus scheme. Were you aware of that? Did you have any involvement in that?
No, I don't sit on REMCO.
No. And again, you say you're not aware of the reason why you don't sit on REMCO. Has anything been communicated to you as to whether it would be good or a bad idea for you to sit on that committee?
Well, I assume it's potentially because, being postmasters, they felt there may be a conflict, but you would have to take that up with someone else. I would have accepted the offer to be on REMCO, or it offered to me.
You would have accepted the offer, but do you think it would be a good thing or a bad thing?
think it would be a thing. I think for us to be on any committee is a good thing. I don't think there should be anywhere in this organisation where a stakeholder with such an important aspect within the business shouldn't be involved. Now, how you balance that against making certain that there is no conflict is important, but I don't think there's necessarily conflict when you think about the wages and bonuses that you're paying staff members who should be delivering the quality of service to the entire business.
In terms of board papers themselves, at paragraph 45 of your witness statement, you've said that the Post Office has a tendency to blend accurate data with inaccurate data, meaning the true picture of a project is often skewed. Can you give us an example of that?
Some of the documentation that's given to board is weighty but light on information. The quality of the board papers has been up and down over the course of my time on the board. And I'm quite detail orientated and conscious of making certain that information I'm given is full and accurate. And there have been times where we've been given information on which we are to form an opinion, which latterly is seen to be not the entire picture.
Where does that come from?
The briefings we're given are insufficient or are lacking in complete data.
And is that from a particular team or every team, some teams?
It's not unique to one team.
Is there a team in particular that you have in mind?
Well, when I think of examples of the situation, I'd be thinking of some of the data out of the retail team, and I'd also be thinking about things like past roles and Phoenix.
And we'll get onto those in due course. Communicating with sub-postmasters. Could we please bring up on screen our expert report from YouGov? It's EXPG 607. And if we turn to page 39, we saw when we went through this report, if we scroll down slightly, that a large number of sub-postmasters are aware that there are non-executive director sub-postmasters, 72%. But then if we scroll down, we see there it says, despite high awareness of sub-postmasters being appointed to the board, a majority, 57%, disagreed that the sub-postmasters serving on the board share information with them, while only approximately 15% agreed. Can you assist us with what you see as the reason for that?
Well, we were told specifically that we were not to communicate directly with postmasters through social media, or when we asked for the communications team to provide briefing notes that we could share or stuff that they felt was appropriate for us to put into the public domain, nothing was given.
Who asked you?
Sorry?
You said you were asked. Who by?
That would be the former head of communications, Richard Taylor.
Do you know why you weren't allowed to share that information?
Well, obviously we have a balancing act between the confidentiality of being a non-exec director, which I absolutely respect. We also have the need to provide our postmasters with confidence that we're there doing the job we were elected to do. And I think elected is an important part of this. We are the only members of the board elected by anyone. And we stand there not only as representatives of postmasters, but we stand there to do the job of a non-exec like all the others. But we also have this duality of making certain that we inform and make certain postmasters understand that we are driving the agenda forward and making certain that change happens.
You said that the former head of communications was not in favour of you communicating with sub-postmasters.
Well, I wouldn't say he was. I wouldn't say. Sorry to cut across you.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say he wasn't in favour. He just didn't do anything.
Has that position changed?
Well, we haven't been provided with any other type of briefing notes since, so I would say probably not.
You've mentioned in your witness statement the voice of the Postmaster, also the NFSP, Communications and Workers Union. Are you encouraged to speak with any of those three organisations?
So more recently, the recently appointed interim head of communications has engaged all of those parties and both Mr. Ismail and myself in discussions face-to-face in the same room around tone of voice and how to communicate with postmasters. So very, very recently, in the last few weeks, we have seen a shift, but that's since the new appointment of this interim person.
You've mentioned in particular the voice of the postmaster, and you've said that they have more members than the NFSP.
They do.
What is the future plan for the relationship between the voice of the postmaster and the post office, as far as you're aware?
So the NFSP has a contracted relationship with the post office, which you'll be aware of. The voice of the postmaster is a cooperative group of postmasters who've come together to create a voice for postmasters. I believe we should engage with all parties at all times and get the widest breadth of views that we can from our community. I don't believe there's a clear strategy for what that is right now.
Do you have any views as to the effectiveness of any of those organisations vis-à-vis each other?
Well, the Voice of the Postmaster is a voluntary established business where people put in their time for the love of doing it. I always think that's a great place to begin. I can't say I've had huge experience with the NFSP. I know Callum from my work on the COVID recovery group with him, but beyond that, I haven't had a lot of interaction with them.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a separate topic now, and that's an investigation that was carried into you and your business. And you've detailed that in your witness statement, but we'll go through a number of different documents. You say at paragraph 19 of your statement that you received a call from the chair, Henry Staunton, in March 2023. Can you assist us with what was said on that conversation?
Yes. I don't think it was a call. I think he asked me to pop into his office after a board meeting, and he said to me, Elliot, there's a query on your account. Don't know what it's about. Could you have a chat with Ben Fote, the head of legal? Just see what it is, sort it out for me. I was like, sure, no problem.
Did you speak to Mr. Fote at that point?
Absolutely.
And what did Mr. Fote say?
He said he would get someone in his team to contact me and walk me through the query.
Did he give you any detail as to what the concern might be?
No.
Could we please turn to WITN 111-80101, and we'll start on the penultimate page, page 5, at the bottom of page 5. This is an email from to yourself from Andrew Morley, who is a senior investigations manager. And he says as follows, it's the 14th of March of last year. I'm employed by the Post Office as a senior investigations manager within Central Investigations Unit, and I have had reason to conduct an investigation into alleged discrepancies at post offices within the Universal Office Equipment Group. I would now like to arrange to interview you in connection with the alleged discrepancies, and to this end, please can you provide your availability? And he sets out the dates there. At this point, so the 14th of March, on receiving this email, had you received any other paperwork in relation to this investigation?
Not to my knowledge.
Were you aware at this stage whether it was a criminal investigation, a civil investigation, a professional misconduct investigation, or some other investigation?
No.
We're going to return to this email chain, but perhaps we can just bring onto screen the Project Birch report. That's poll 00423-697. If we turn to page 10 of that report, it's a report we saw with Mr. Ismail earlier today. In the bottom left-hand side here of this document, do you recall this document ever being discussed at the board, this report?
I do not recall it, no.
It's a report by KPMG, and they say as follows. They say, currently, investigations are often undertaken within the Post Office from a contractual perspective, and there is little consideration at the start of an investigation as to whether it could potentially result in criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings. Early engagement with the Post Office legal would enable proper consideration of criminal or civil standards or consideration of when to liaise with law enforcement agencies. So that report was dated the 13th of August 2021, so a couple of years before your investigation. Do you think that by the time it came to your investigation, that lesson had been learnt?
It wouldn't seem so on the basis of the emails sent.
If we could return, please, to the emails. So that is WITN 111-801-01. And if we could go back to page 5. In the middle of page 5, you respond to Mr. Morley and you say, thank you for your email. I assume this is related to the query raised by Ben Fote with me. As I explained to Ben, I would be happy to assist you in your inquiry, and you give your availability. If we scroll up, please. Mr. Morley responds, thank you for your prompt response, and I can confirm that the interview is in connection with the matter which Ben spoke to you about recently. In line with your availability, I've arranged an interview. He says the interview will be conducted by myself and John Bartlett, who is head of the Post Office Investigation Branch. Please find attached a letter from John explaining in some detail the format of the interview and the areas we wish to cover. We'll return again to this email chain, but let's have a look at that letter. It's WITN 111-801-02. It's dated the 15th of March. And this is the letter from Mr. Bartlett to yourself. He says, my name is John Bartlett. I'm the head of the Central Investigation Unit within Legal Compliance and Governance at the Post Office. Were you aware of Mr. Bartlett before receiving this email, or this letter?
I don't know.
It says, Andrew has been investigating shortfalls at post office branches within the Universal Office Equipment Group and has invited you to a voluntary investigative meeting on the 5th of April 2023 at the Post Office's offices. Did you understand this to be a meeting or something more formal?
Well, I've run my business for 26 years, and over 26 years, you get queries between a supplier and a customer, which is the relationship that one would assume I have with Post Office in many respects. And when that sort of thing happens, normally, I don't know, an accounts department might contact you, they might send you some documents to review, you'd go back to them and query some things, and you'd find a resolution. Maybe you'd have a meeting to discuss it in a professional and normal business manner. This did not feel like that.
Subjects to be discussed. The first is shortfalls, and he sets out there some shortfalls that he says have been identified. He says at the bottom there, he says, we would like to discuss with you this mounting shortfall, understand what you think caused them, and identify any reasons for not continuing to engage with the past team. Who are the past team?
I don't remember what the acronym stands for. We have a lot of them in the Post Office, but they're basically the accounting support team of some sort. I don't remember.
Had you been told by the past team that they were passing on the matter to the investigations team to carry out an investigation?
No. I hadn't had any communication with them in some time. It turned out through the investigation that they'd been writing to an address that isn't my head office, and they never phoned me or emailed me. I also was at the Post Office headquarters regularly for board meetings. I have a personal assistant at the post office headquarters because of my non-exec role, and I'd been in meetings with Ben Fote repeatedly. No one ever came to me and said, Elliot, there's a query, could you have a chat with them?
Second issue is a potential conflict of interest. Briefly, what's the allegation there?
I later found out it related to the signature of a declaration to do with any connected activity between myself and Post Office Ltd.
Something that potentially Post Office would have been aware of when you became a non-executive director?
As a Postmaster non-executive director, I thought it was inherent in the name, but yeah.
Over the page, please, a further issue with directors' declarations. Can you summarise very briefly what that issue was?
This is the point made, I believe, that there was a form to do with director remuneration. Obviously, my company provides the services. I do not personally provide the services of my post offices, and therefore, when I completed the form, I signed it as having no other direct income. I latterly found out that the correct approach to that would have been to declare the companies for which I'm a director and have revenue, but I was given no guidance by the company secretary on this. I was given a form and told, and it was part completed, and I was told to sign it, and I did it in the best faith, but in hindsight, I did it wrongly.
If we scroll down, we can see there's a section on conduct of the meeting. So they're providing you with certain documents, and we'll get on to the discussion between you and the investigators in respect of those documents. I wish to reiterate that your attendance at this investigative meeting is entirely voluntary. Again, is it a meeting or is it an interview?
I've never been in a meeting that looked like this one.
If you choose to attend, you may, of course, leave at any time you wish, or you may choose not to answer some or all questions. This is not an under caution interview. It is an opportunity for both you and the investigators to discuss the three areas identified above in order to increase our understanding of what has happened. In attendance at the meeting will be myself and Andrew. If you wish, you may be accompanied by a friend or a National Federation of Sub-Postmaster representative or a colleague or a legal representative. However, your companion will not be able to answer questions on your behalf. Do you have a view on that position?
Yes.
And what is that view?
Again, taking my experience as a long-standing professional in the business world, I can't imagine any other situation where a chief executive of one company would visit an organisation it works with, bring representatives to the room and not be allowed to let them speak on their behalf. I think that's highly wrong.
Are you aware of the reason behind it?
No.
Then continues, we would like your permission to audio record the meeting. This is to ensure that we can give our full attention to the discussion rather than taking lengthy notes. An audio recording also provides the best record of a meeting which avoids mistakes or misunderstandings. We'll ensure you have a copy of the recording as soon as practicable after the meeting. If we please can go back to the email correspondence, that's WITN 111-80101. And can we please turn to the bottom of page 3? You say as follows, I've begun reviewing the documents you've sent. To begin, can you supply the 44-page PDF statement in Excel format broken down by branch, so we can review this in a format that enables us to look at data properly? The document you have provided is not in date order and contains no explanation or notes for each line. Can you assist us with the issue there?
Have you ever tried to analyse a 44-page PDF? It's impossible. It's impossible. The level of data we were given was, frankly, a disgrace.
Continues, please provide line detail, including the reason for each, is that transaction correction?
Yes.
BD?
I'm not sure, actually. I think it might be some sort of bank deposit or something like that. I'm not sure what a BD is.
And the TP? It's not a test.
I'd need a bigger book than this. And the TP, that's the trading period.
Thank you. And the trading period in which is occurred, so that this can be properly reviewed, please include original transaction data. I mean, to get an idea, can we understand how big a business is your business? How many transactions take place?
So to put it into scale, over the 10-year period or 9-year period that this data related through, my branches would have handled maybe somewhere in the order of £1 billion worth of transactions, something like that. I have somewhere in the order of 35 terminals, 40 terminals maybe, plus self-serve kiosks, a huge amount of data, none of which can be interrogated either locally or remotely by me, except to print out a till receipt from the terminal it's on, which would be like getting a till receipt for your shopping and then trying to wade through it. One afternoon's of receipts for that alone could perhaps run to a length of printout that could be 25 metres long.
You then say, additionally, the attached file cannot be accessed. Please provide access to where the file is stored or an actual JPEG copy. Do you recall what that issue was?
There was a link to the file which was on a secure server that I couldn't access.
If we scroll up, please, to the top of page 3. The response, account statements and letters were sent to, and it gave an address. I can confirm that I have a copy of each email, which I will access in a few moments and will forward on to you. Can I respectfully suggest that you address the rest of your request below to the Postmaster support team, so that's what PAST stands for, as per the letters/emails sent to you at the time of the occurrence by PAST, in which they offered to work with you to understand the discrepancy. So am I right to understand that here the investigator has received a query from you and the investigator is directing you to contact a different team to obtain the underlying information?
Yes, and what concerned me here was that he decided that he wanted to do an investigation without actually having the data himself to provide, which I thought was bizarre.
Could we scroll up, please? And I think you've expressed that to him. You say, as you must have fully reviewed and collated this data in order to form your review so far, I would assume this must be something you have to hand. It will surely be quicker for us both, for you to provide me with your working documents and not delay my investigation than me start from scratch with another department. If we scroll up, please, to page 1, the response from Mr. Morley. He says, I've now had an opportunity to speak to the PAST. They will generate an Excel version of the 44-page account statement to which you refer. The spreadsheet will be broken down by branch and in date order. They'll provide commentary for transaction corrections. However, due to the number of outstanding transaction corrections since 2019, this is no small ask and will take some time to collate. I'll be in touch again once I've received the document from the team. What's your view about what's said there?
Well, again, how do you investigate something and decide you want to call me in without having done the work before?
He says, earlier this afternoon, I forwarded you a copy of the emails previously sent to you by PAST. Please, can you acknowledge receipt? Were those the emails that you've said went to an address that wasn't your head office?
The emails went into my junk because they come from a random server at Post Office, and the server detected that they were random communications with no personalisation. It went into my junk mail, which I never saw. The letters that they sent to one of my branches, and they were not addressed to the Postmaster. They just looked like a statement of account.
He then says, I have reattached a JPEG screenshot of the partnership portal, and goes on to detail that issue. If we scroll up, please, to the top of page 1, you say, I'm surprised that you've been able to form a fully rounded opinion sufficient to make some of the very serious accusations in your prior communications without carrying out a full and detailed review of the data. The amount of distress and worry, and this has caused me since your email earlier this week, has been significant. Can you assist us with your feelings at that time?
It was incredibly stressful, and you have to put into context for this the fact that as a non-exec director and postmaster who had immersed himself in not long before this, in really understanding what we did as an organisation to postmasters before, the fear and worry this caused me in terms of it felt like the past repeating itself.
You said, I have been available on the phone, on which I regularly receive calls from all manner of departments in Post Office every single day. So what number have they been calling? I have no idea. As you can see from our communications so far, when I'm contacted, I deal with things rapidly. Could we please turn to WITN 111-80103? And can we start on page 2, please? There's continuing correspondence about disclosure. You email Mr. Morley and you say, I await your proper and fully disclosures and will then take the matter under advisement. This is the 20th of March. In addition, you've provided a highlight section of board minutes. Can you please specify the accusation being made for the avoidance of doubt and the evidence on which you are relying in this regard? So we saw the original accusation in that letter for Mr. Bartlett. You've been provided with a highlighted section of board minutes. Did you understand the allegation that was being made against you?
Not fully. It wasn't clear. They'd highlighted a section of board minutes, if I remember rightly, that referred to conflicts, and it basically said no conflicts. What I later found out, obviously, is that my job title wasn't sufficient for people to know that I was a postmaster.
Was the expectation that every time you went to a board meeting, you would declare that you were a sub-postmaster?
It is exactly what I do now.
Yes. And as you say, is that not in your job description, job
It is
title?
indeed my job title, yes.
If we go to the first page, there is a response from Mr. Morley. And the response is as follows. I do not intend to enter into pre-interview protected correspondence regarding advance disclosure, which I am under no legal obligation to provide and is provided on this occasion out of courtesy in order that you can have a high-level understanding of the topics we wish to cover, which are set out in the letter from Mr. Bartlett. Further detail regarding the Post Office's concerns will be provided during the interview. What do you understand by pre-interview protected correspondence?
I had no idea.
There's now a reference to it being an interview rather than a meeting. Was that distinction clear to you at that point?
It felt like that was what it was going to be from the start. Again, this is not the way businesses behave typically, in my experience.
He said, I'm seeking in advance of the interview your agreement to the recording of the interview, which of course will provide the most accurate record, enables a more natural conversation, and is less time-consuming than the alternative, and therefore has to be in the best interest of all concerned. If you agree to the recording, then you will be provided with a copy of the recording post-interview. If you're not in agreement to the recording of the interview, then we will have to revert to contemporaneous notes, which are very time-consuming and with the best will in the world provide a less accurate record. You should be advised that if you elect to go down the contemporaneous notes route, then we will have to extend the length of the interview considerably, and based upon my experience of such interviews, I think it would be wise to allow 6 hours for the interview. What did you understand by that paragraph?
I thought it was a shocking way to write to anyone. There were a few things there. Firstly, I sit in board meetings pretty much every month, and we have notes taken by the COSEC. The meeting doesn't go any slower, and they are not recorded in any other way than by someone typing as we go. But the inference here was, do it our way or it'll be 3 times harder.
Thank you, that can come down. On the 5th of April of 2023, you attended the interview. Can you describe for us that experience?
Well, leading up to the interview, it was incredibly stressful. And I have to put into context here, I am fortunate. I run a reasonable sized business. I have an amazing support team. I have people who are capable of interrogating data to a standard that I personally can't do. I have a very good team around me. And even they had to work incredibly hard to understand the information we were given. Going into a meeting which was clearly set up, whatever they say about it being optional or advisory or whatever, it certainly didn't feel like that. And from the tone and the stance of those communications, it definitely felt as though if I didn't turn up, things would be worse. I went in there as armed as best I could with the information I had gathered. I was concerned for my reputation. I was concerned for my business. I know what we'd done in the past, and this felt like that. And so I was incredibly nervous going into the room. I chose to take my brother with me as someone who could bear witness but not speak. And I'm glad I did that because that really helped.
Paragraph 24 of your statement, you said that the interview was similar in style to a formal police interview.
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, again, if I compare it to a normal business meeting, you'd have a conversation, you'd discuss some documents, you'd find where the issue was, you'd take some actions to go forward with, and you'd follow up. This was not that. This was an interview that was being recorded with the dictating machine in the middle of the table. Evidence was presented, and it was called evidence, and it was numbered, much the same as your documents here, in a way that felt very much like a police interview. It was being conducted by ex-police officers. And whilst the tonality may have had a layer of warmth and friendliness, it certainly felt very different from any other business meeting I'd ever attended.
In that email from Mr. Morley, he says, further detail regarding the Post Office's concerns will be provided during the interview. Were there documents that were presented to you during interview that you hadn't seen before? Or
Absolutely. All of them.
The next day, the auditors attended, I think you said your post office. Was that every branch, some branches, the headquarters?
Well, they call them assurance visits now. They're the same people.
And where do they go?
Wherever they like.
In terms of your own post offices, where do they go?
And they go into the post office. They shut my post office branches to do the audit.
Every branch?
All of them.
I think you've said that there was an issue regarding stamps that arose during that audit.
Mr. Ismail referred to this earlier. Prior to this audit, in one of my branches, I'd been contacted by a department at the post office who had instructed my team leader. In each branch, I have someone who runs the branch on a day-to-day basis. They'd instructed them to do a series of entries onto Horizon to make adjustments to our stock. These adjustments were unsupported by any data. And when I challenged back and said, could you provide the evidence to support these changes you want to make on my account? Because if I make these changes, I will have a loss in branch. That never got followed up. When they came to do the assurance visit, as it's now called, I was instructed, though I hadn't been told prior, that the lead person had been instructed at the end of the audit to make adjustments onto Horizon by logging on with their own login and making adjustments to my stock position, which would cause a far significant change in my balance and therefore a loss in my branch. I said to them, that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. And I was basically told they were doing it anyway.
So, to get the sequence correct, you had an interview with investigators. The next day, the assurance visit takes place. They're presumably checking your accounts for matters relating to the interview, but at the same time, is this a separate issue that they are making adjustments to your account in relation to stamps?
No, I think there's three things here. There's the historical discrepancy that they are claiming has occurred on the central account, some of which occurred a long time ago for various circumstances. No doubt we'll get to that shortly. A second part, which was to do an assurance visit, which I assumed was because they wanted to make certain what I'd said I had in the branch matched what I had in the branch, which it pretty much did. And the third part was a previously uninformed adjustment that they intended to make, which they did in multiple branches. It wasn't just done to me either, it was done to about 30 different postmasters, I believe.
Looking back at that experience, what is your view about the conduct that took place on that occasion?
Well, historically, we were going in the back door and changing stuff. Here we were walking in the front door and doing it.
Did somebody talk you through those changes that were being made?
They told me they were going to make them, but they told me at the time they were going to make them. I didn't get a chance to challenge or see any data. I was told I could dispute them, which I obviously did.
We'll look at the formal withdrawal of the allegations in a moment, but in broad terms, how was agreement ultimately reached with the Post Office?
So when the process shifted from them realising that I wasn't perhaps as the guilty party that they had in their mind, because I assume that's what the visit to my branches was to verify, things seemed to relax a little. They passed the matter over to the team based in Chesterfield, led by Mel Park, and that absolutely changed the situation. When it came out of the investigations department and was being run by Mel's team, Mel is an accountant with commercial experience from prior, it was I won't say a breath of fresh air, but it was a proper business conversation. Myself and my group operations director, we travelled up to Chesterfield and met face-to-face with the team up there. We met with Mel and 3 or 4 of her team. We sat down in a room like proper business people, discussed matters, discussed about what could have occurred, went through the data, and we worked together as 2 teams working as one for probably the next, I don't remember, 4 to 6 weeks. And we were able to resolve the vast majority of the queries on account, which ended up not being an issue at all.
Do you know why it didn't go to that department to begin with, or did it go to that department to begin with?
To the best of my knowledge, I was never contacted by Mel Park prior to that. I'd never spoken to Mel Park prior to that.
Let's look at the correspondence when the matter is closed. Could we please turn to poll 00448-303? If we start on page 2, please. The interview was the 5th of April 2023. If we look here, we can see an email from yourself to Melanie Park on the 16th of January 2024. And you say, I still await the finalised reporting on our account and also the written confirmation of the withdrawal of the investigation. You will appreciate that whilst I'm keen to commence payment of any liability, I would like the Post Office to keep its side of the process so that we can ensure that we are all aligned around the position. If we scroll up, please. Ms. Park says, apologies. I will talk to the legal team today to see what can be done, why this hasn't been done. If we scroll up, there's a response from yourself to, in fact, it's not a response, you forward the matter to the chairman. And you say, Henry, below you'll see correspondence from between myself and Mel Park regarding the fact that your trading account has yet to be updated with the removal of the invalid claims of losses, nor a letter of withdrawal of the investigation to be issued. Who is responsible? Legal. Again, how are legal in the way of all things progress and good in the business? Proof, if proof was needed, that their fingers are in every part of the pie, affecting our ability to get work done to such a level that it is frankly beyond belief. Now, putting aside your own investigation, because you're referring here to legal again, what was that other concern that you had regarding the legal department?
Well, the business is incredibly hamstrung by legal in many, many ways. In all aspects, legal sort of get into the mix, whether it's an HR issue, operational issue, they run the investigations team, they're everywhere.
And what was your concern in relation to your own investigation?
I wanted a letter confirming the matter was closed.
If we scroll up, we can see Mr. Staunton's response. He says, "Dear both, this is completely unsatisfactory. I was under the impression after talking to one of the non-executive directors handling this, Lorna, that the report was wrapped up many weeks ago. I understand the tremendous upset you and Saf in the case of his investigation have been subjected to. This requires an investigation. I've sent a file note of the views of our Postmaster non-executives directors with regards to Ben Fote." Is that the Project Pineapple memo?
No, I don't think it is.
Is that the further memo that we've seen prior to a board meeting?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
We should see tomorrow whether our non-executive director colleagues should take action. I told Andrew yesterday that all of the group executive and 4 main board directors had been investigated. He was incredulous. What do you understand by that sentence?
Well, as I say, the investigations team and legal are everywhere, and I've never sat on a board where more than half the board have been investigated for something. It's continuous, and it's very hard to get anything done without being investigated or having legal stop you doing it.
Do you think that in some way there is some hypersensitivity or over-adjustment because of what happened in the past at the Post Office? And that might explain why the legal department are so involved in matters within the company?
Possibly.
Can you think of another explanation?
We just have a lot of lawyers.
In terms of numbers, personalities, individuals, what's the concern?
All of that. I mean, we have a lot of lawyers doing a lot of things, but legal are responsible for more than just drafting contracts and compliance. They seem to be, investigations sits within legal. I would have thought investigations would sit better in HR. The parameters within which legal operate seems to be unclear. And sometimes I'm not sure who's running the business, whether it's legal or the business.
Let's turn to the letter that withdraws the accusations. Could we please turn to WITN 111-80104? It's the 8th of February of this year. As you're aware, the Assurance and Complex Investigations team at the Post Office conducted a fact-finding investigation with your assistance. Did you understand it to be a fact-finding investigation?
No.
I'm writing to you to inform you that this matter is closed from the perspective of A and CI. Was it open in respect of some other department? It was closed in their respect?
Not that I'm aware of.
The matters centred on 2 main themes. 1, did you, in your capacity as a non-executive director, make false, misleading or incomplete declarations on a remuneration form for directors and other key management personnel? Did you, through your ownership of UOE, fail to address or service shortfall debt owed to the Post Office accrued by your company? In respect to the first matter, our findings are that the training and advice you were provided in relation to the completion of this declaration was such that it was unreasonable for you to know whether your financial position with the Post Office should or should not have been declared. So it seems an acceptance there that it would have been unreasonable for you to have been aware.
Correct.
Therefore, A and CI has recommended that this matter should not be taken further. We have also recommended to the Corporate Secretariat that the instructions, training and advice to future potential directors is improved in respect of this declaration. This has been logged with group assurance for them to monitor the changes in approach.
And that has been carried out.
Thank you. In respect to the second matter, I understand that you have for some time now been liaising directly with Central Operations Director Melanie Park to address the shortfalls at your branches and to reach a mutually agreed outcome. Now that this arrangement has been agreed, A and CI can close the fact-finding investigation. I can therefore confirm that our fact-find in relation to these matters is now closed. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your patience and cooperation in this matter. What's your view of this letter?
It was late coming. I was pleased to receive it.
Have you discussed any crossovers between the way that you were treated in this investigation and other investigations that the inquiry has heard about with other directors or with anybody else within the company?
I spoke directly to Ben Fote, who the team reported into, and I said to him, you've got to look at the way this works. Having experienced it myself, we have not learned sufficiently how to treat postmasters properly. There are horrific echoes of the past. The terminology, the approach, you've got to learn from this, and I'm happy to sit down with anyone you like and share my experience so you get it from my side.
Taking your own case as an example, how do you think investigations should be carried out?
I think you start with the premise that there's a query. Can we work together to resolve this query from an operational perspective? Investigations should deal with when that becomes obvious as more than just a query and there's some sort of criminality or attempted fraud or something significant that is out of the norm of normal business. To assume that it requires the level of investigation, fact-finding, that they suggest, and yet not provide that documentation to the other party immediately and fully so that they can offer suggestions as to what the issue might be, seems at odds with a partnership relationship.
To what extent do you see the issue as cultural rather than structural?
Yes, I think it's a bit of both.
And how would you change it?
I think the terms of reference for the investigations department needs to be reviewed. The approach and style, the use of what are clearly confrontational styles of messaging need to be adapted. And there should be more parity between the two relationships. It's a big challenge in the post office that there is this imbalance of power. And you can call them optional meetings or whatever you want to call them. They are clearly not optional if you're a postmaster.
We saw the Project Birch report and those recommendations. Are you aware at all of those recommendations having been taken forward?
There was a document presented to board for noting, which you brought up on screen earlier today with Mr. Ismail, which was the attempt by Post Office, I think, to adopt some of those. The execution is a little lacking.
Are you aware of any in-depth discussions of the way forward?
Not sufficiently. No one asked for me to share my experience with them within the investigations team.
Has there been any discussion about looking at the Horizon system as part of the work carried out by the investigators? We see reference, or we saw the document with Mr. Ismail before that referred to, for example, investigating those who worked for sub-postmasters. But that document didn't seem to address the issue of actually digging down to any root causes of any problems. Is that something that you've discussed in any depth at board level?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
Part of this inquiry has been looking into a lack of investigation into the root causes of a problem that might be traced to the Horizon system itself.
Yeah.
And in fact, there has been evidence where there have been cases where the Post Office has said there has been a loss, but in fact, the loss itself has not been investigated as to whether the Post Office has in fact received a loss. Has there been discussion at board level about that aspect of the investigation process?
At board level, the majority of discussions around discrepancies, as to how they're referred to, relates to the line item in the P&L on a monthly basis. The way of handling those discrepancies has come up a few times in different guises, but currently there is no clear strategy on the way forward for that.
I'm going to take you to one more document before we take our mid-afternoon break. And that's another document that we've seen today. It's FUJ 002432203. Thank you. This is the correspondence with Fujitsu in relation to the use of or the provision of evidence in a criminal prosecution. This is the 19th of April 2024, so soon after your own investigation. Do you, having read this, consider it appropriate for the Post Office investigations team to be contacting Fujitsu in this way?
So, I believe this relates to a matter where the City of London Police have decided there is a case that requires investigation. I think that's wholly different from a situation where the Post Office is checking its own homework. The level of rigour that I believe and trust the City of London Police to work to is a standard I think we would all agree should be of the very highest. And I trust that if the City of London Police require information, that there is good cause for it. In those circumstances, I think it's only right that our investigations team should work to provide the information for our law enforcement people to do their job. And the question here really is, I think, can we rely upon Horizon as a point of reference in those situations? Clearly, Fujitsu do not wish to be associated in that regard, and it's clear from their letters. But I think also those letters, you have to look into context of the time. And that was the moment at which Fujitsu were either on the brink or were just about to apologise for their part in this. But also it's the conversation between two CEOs trying to protect their side of their businesses. So I think that for me, sitting on the board as a non-exec, the important thing that I wanted from our investigation team before they passed anything over to City of London Police or any other police force was that if we believe there is a criminal act that has happened and we're being asked to provide evidence, that evidence should come to board first, be approved as appropriate, and then be released. Because it doesn't happen that often that it presents a problem for the board to look at it a few times a year and then make judgment that the data is sufficient and right, that we can pass it forward.
And that dispute that we saw in the correspondence between Mr. Patterson and Nick Reed, was that something that was raised with you or in discussions with members of the board at all?
So Mr. Reed had regular discussions with the CEO of many partner businesses of the organisations that we work with, and would update the board regularly on his discussions with them, but we wouldn't get the minutiae or a copy of correspondence. I wasn't aware of this matter, and I wasn't aware that Fujitsu were taking the line that they were. I believe that the tone of communication between the two organisations shifted when Owen Woodley engaged with them and seems to be less fractious now.
And do you see a way forward for the two organisations to work together?
I think we have to. It's essential.
And do you think it's achievable?
I don't own the relationship. It would be hard for me to answer.
In light of the correspondence that you've seen, do you think that there are issues, significant issues, that need to be overcome in that respect?
Well, I think you can look at two letters from two CEOs in a moment in time and draw conclusions, but it's a moment in time. I don't believe that Fujitsu and Post Office are unable to work together.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our mid-afternoon break.
Certainly.
Could we come back at 3:15, please?
Yeah, fine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. We're going to address a few different topics now, starting with the Horizon system itself. If we could bring onto screen your witness statement, WITN 111-80100, and it's paragraph 17, page 5. You set out there a number of issues that you have with Horizon. Is it right to say that you started using Horizon when your franchise first began in 2014?
Yes.
Let's go through briefly those issues that you've raised. The first is that it's not a visual and user-friendly system. You say the system is primarily text-based and there are a few command prompts. Second, it's difficult for postmasters to analyze data and correct potential inaccuracies in the system. It takes significant effort and often a manual review of transactions to investigate a potential error. Does that tie into one of the issues you raised with your investigation and the access to information?
Yes, there's two parts there. Firstly, the investigation being as discussed, but also out the back of that, the lessons learned from my side was we now have our own manual checks that's done in every branch on every till every day off of Horizon to verify our balances.
And I think you've said in your witness statement that you do that because of concerns that you have with the Post Office's tolerance for error. Is that right?
The tolerance is 0.
And what's your concern in that respect?
There's no system that can be wrong 0% of the time.
Looking at C, postmasters that run multiple branches cannot obtain a global view of data and are required to be physically present at the relevant post office to interrogate data. So you run a number of different branches, but there's no way of drawing all of your data together.
No, there's no central access that's available in real time. You can get delayed information weeks or days later, potentially, depending on the time of the month, using a system called Branch Hub. But this has limited data. You can't drill individual transactions. The only way to get individual data or analysis on an error is to drive to the branch, walk in the front door, print it out, and then by hand wade through a printed report. There's no Excel export or anything like that.
And then D, the Horizon IT system is effective as a functioning till, but it is not sufficiently sophisticated to manage and analyse a modern business as a professional postmaster. Is that along the same lines as you've just been describing?
Indeed, the rest of my business is all operated on a software platform that I can drill and analyse everything, and this is nothing like that.
Could we go to our expert report? That's EXPG 607, page 19. Page 19 sets out the issues experienced with Horizon in the last 12 months that postmasters have experienced. Are these issues that are familiar to you at all?
They would be familiar to every postmaster.
Looking at these issues and also the issues that you've highlighted in your witness statement, do you consider that they are sufficiently well known within the business?
Explain the question, sorry.
You're aware of them because you are a sub-postmaster and you operate branches. Those who completed the inquiries survey are aware of them because they are also sub-postmasters. Do you think that that information and those messages reaches the upper levels of the company?
No.
And what's the issue there?
They never touched Horizon.
And does one have to personally use Horizon to understand those issues, or is there a way of communicating that to the board or to executives that you don't see happening?
I think it's hard to realise how archaic the system is unless you have the privilege of using it. And I think what Mr. Ismail and myself bring to the board is that level of real-world experience where we can share the realities of operating within the confines of this system and other processes that we have in the organisation, this just being part of that. But I think that more could be done to immerse senior leaders within the business and board members in understanding how hard it is to run a branch.
In terms of the Horizon replacement, the NBIT system, when do you realistically think that that will be implemented?
I would suggest you speak to the head of technology.
Do you have any concerns about the implementation?
It's late, very late.
Do you have any concerns over and above the delay?
Yes, I think that it's very important we don't just get a Horizon replacement. This business doesn't need a replacement for Horizon. It needs a fit-for-purpose computer system that will be capable of managing the business 20 years from now, 15 years from now, because whatever we build for now is going to have to last beyond a decade.
Is that properly understood at executive level or board level?
I think it's beginning to be. But at the moment, it's often referred to as Horizon replacement. It's not. New branch IT is not a great name for it, but it's a better description of what it needs to be.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to Project Phoenix and past roles. I've dealt with that in great detail with Mr. Ismail, so we'll skip through a number of documents relatively quickly. But please do, if you want to take time over any of the documents, please do say. If we start, please, with poll 004486115. This is a group executive report on the past roles review, dated the 17th of January 2024. Could we please turn to page 6? In your witness statement, I think you've said that you were originally lined up for a role in this work. Sorry, it's over the page 6. Can you assist us with that? We have here, for example, Mark Eldridge listed as the Postmaster Non-Executive Director.
Well, in the original draft that I was sent, I was assigned as the Postmaster Ned to that committee.
And what happened to that?
The process went through a number of different iterations, and the final constitution of the group didn't include me.
Are you aware of any reasons for that?
It wasn't communicated to me directly. I was led to believe that it could be because I was a postmaster and therefore might be conflicted.
Who is Mr. Eldridge then? Is he not a postmaster?
He is indeed a postmaster. He is the Postmaster Director.
So why is it that his name is there and yours isn't?
You would have to ask the chair of the panel, I suppose.
What reason do you think it is?
I don't know, if I'm honest. Mark's role within the business is more executive. I'm non-executive. Everyone else on that committee is executive. Perhaps it was felt that it was an executive committee rather than a non-executive committee.
Do you think that the concerns that you've raised in respect of that project has played a role in any way?
I don't believe we'd have moved forward in the way we are now moving forward if myself and Mr. Ismail had not been very forceful and repeated in our requests to get this sorted.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-309? This is just one of the emails that we've been through. We've been through a great deal of correspondence on the Phoenix and past roles issue. This is an email from yourself sent on the 10th of February 2024, and you say, it does, however, seem odd that not a single one is suspended whilst this is ongoing. Why is that? We seem to suspend people on a regular basis when investigations are ongoing. Why not this matter? What's your concern in relation to the suspension or lack of suspension of individuals?
So I've had the privilege to attend this inquiry on a number of days and see other witnesses give evidence, some of whom were involved in investigations in the past, some of whom remain in the organisation today. And I don't understand how you can change the culture of an organisation and those people still be taking a wage from the business. And so it was my view that whether or not we could deal with that now because the inquiry is going on, or whether we should wait until the inquiry ended, these people had to be not within the business on a daily basis. And if the only way to deal with that now was to suspend them on full pay, I would rather they were paid and sat at home than be in the organisation creating a culture that isn't fit.
And where do you draw the line between particular named individuals, individuals who are in particular roles, etc.?
So you made an example this morning of someone who had reappeared in a different role in a communication at a post office that had been closed. Part of the problem of the organisation is up until recently, it didn't know who or when people who are in the business currently may have been involved in the past behaviour of the organisation. And so the Phoenix / past roles process was about understanding who we have in the organisation, what they were doing in the past when we made such terrible decisions, and what are they doing now, and what's the risk. Now, there are some people, and Phoenix, it latterly turns out, because, again, we talked earlier about board communication. Phoenix and past roles were only ever referred to as Phoenix at the board up until recently, when they were more clearly defined as two separate projects. But Phoenix is designed to identify what were known as the Reds being people who are very high risk category 1, people involved in investigations who, are clearly should not be in the organisation, as opposed to people who perhaps were employed by the organisation at the time when we were doing these things, but were not directly involved. They may have been in a completely different department. They might even have worked in one of our directly managed branches at the time and now are in a position of leadership. That's totally different to someone who was directly involved in investigations. So for me, that's the first distinction. And I don't believe we should blanket remove everyone who was there on the date, but we need to understand who works for us and what was their role in the past. And if it was to do such wrong things, they have no place in this organisation yesterday, today or tomorrow.
Can we please look at poll 004482997? This email we've just seen was February, moving to 19th of April. We saw this document either yesterday or today. Over the past couple of days, a number of postmasters have been in contact with Saf and I in regard to recent statements at the inquiry by current employees who are still in the business and were involved in the Horizon scandal. You say, we are regularly told that review is underway. It must be done carefully to ensure accuracy in decision-making, which I fully understand, but to date we have not received any information on a single employee who has been suspended or dismissed as a result of this ongoing review, which started nearly 2 years ago, but still remains incomplete. What's your view as to the pace of these investigations?
They weren't moving.
And are they moving now?
They are, but not sufficiently quickly, in my opinion.
And who do you consider to be responsible for that lack of pace?
Well, it's been incredibly difficult because we've had, I lose count, I think it's 5 or 6 chief people officers whilst I've been at the organisation, which is very hard to build culture, very hard to build a process, and where something like this is being managed, I believe, by the people team now. Karen McEwen, who's copied in on this email and is the current chief people officer, has taken up activity on this at a far better pace than previously. But I think without the push and continuous push from me and Mr. Ismail and others on the board, then it would just be going at the slow pace.
Why has there been such great turnover in terms of the people officers?
Well, there was one of them went on maternity leave. One was an interim cover for maternity leave. That person then did a short-term interim role and left. We had another one that joined, and she had her contract terminated for performance, I believe. And we've had gaps between them as well. And now Karen has been with us, I'm not sure how long, maybe nearly a year perhaps.
Do these signify any wider problems within the business in terms of retention, in terms of consistency and handover?
Well, in an organisation of any size, the people team is fundamental in building, not only assisting in the CEO to deliver the culture change that you want to deliver, but also in helping to build out the skill and capability in the second-tier leadership so that you have continuity and capability as you continue to grow and evolve your business. Not having a chief people officer or a people team that was under a steady leadership obviously has affected our ability to make change, I think.
We saw yesterday a couple of documents that seemed to put a lot of emphasis on the duties owed to employees, and that was given perhaps as a reason for not suspending people. Are you aware of the emphasis being placed on care to employees over and above wider issues?
I'm aware of the suggestion. It doesn't stack for me. Suspending someone and sacking someone are very different. And you're not making a judgment on their guilt by suspending them whilst you investigate.
And is it your current view that there should be a move towards suspension?
Well, I'd like to see us a move towards removing anyone who's classified as Phoenix.
Moving on to Project Pineapple, and again, we've seen these emails quite a lot, so we'll move through them quite rapidly. Can we first turn to poll 004483002, and it's page 4. Page 4 is the note of the conversation. I think I can actually clarify the date now. It seems to have been sent by Henry Staunton on Sunday, January the 14th. And if we scroll slightly above, we can see a further email from Mr. Staunton saying, Dear both, thank you for your time today. So it does seem as though the date actually of that note and the conversation is the 14th of January. Is that your understanding?
It was definitely the weekend. I think it was a Sunday night, yeah.
Thank you. You've confirmed, if we scroll up onto the second page, that it was a fair reflection of your discussion, and then you add further detail.
Yes, I mean, it was designed as an internal aid memoir rather than some, document that would be released for general public review.
And when it was provided to those beyond the non-executive director teams, what was your view of that?
It was a mess.
Were you aware that it was going to the CEO?
I think the intention was that Mr. Staunton would share it with the non-execs first. To be clear, Henry had a conversation with the two of us, and this was off the back of Richard Taylor being shared in the press about some recording of him making comments about postmasters all being guilty. But we'd had a conversation with Henry, and Henry was very conscious of this two-tiering of the board and said, look, I don't want there to be silos of information. I want this to be a flat board, and part of that is to make sure certain that the other NEDs know what we've talked about. Do you have any problem with me sharing it with the NEDs so that they're on the same page as you and get a sense of what we've talked about? And we were like, absolutely, no problem. And I think the intention was once the NEDs were aware, we'd share it with the Chief Executive, Nick Reed.
Did you ever intend for it to be shared with Ben Fote or Martin Roberts?
Not in its format, though the content was true.
If we turn, please, to poll 00448383. we start on the third page, we see the email there from Mr. Staunton, confirming that it had been sent on. There's reference there, I think, to an apology. Was there an apology to you from Mr. Reid?
So I spoke with Mr. Reid after the incident occurred, and Henry had said to me, give Nick a call, let's sort this out. You know, he's very apologetic for what's happened. So I gave Mr. Reid a call. He didn't apologise in so many words, no.
If we turn to the first page, please. We see there you say, you strongly echo Saf's view on this. The release of the confidential briefing notes to the very people we've highlighted in the document is a horrendous breach of trust. You then go on to say, your description of these three men, that's John Bartlett, Ben Fote, and Martin Roberts, as untouchable in our call earlier today was worrying enough. Just pausing there, what did you understand the term untouchable to be a reference to?
So we had a non-executive director only meeting, and Nick Reid was in the meeting for the first part of it, during which we were talking about many things, and Mr. Reid made reference to the investigations team and the others who were around that, so Fote and Roberts, being untouchable because he couldn't deal with anything with them. He was under investigation at the time, so was Henry, and at this point I don't think I'd received my release, so I was under investigation as well, and I think there were others on the board under investigation as well. Jane Davis was under investigation. The list was quite lengthy.
Could the board properly function during that period?
It could carry out its board functions in terms of its day-to-day board roles, but when it came to dealing with specifics around any investigation or seeming to get in the way of any investigation, clearly everyone was conflicted, so it became difficult. Therefore, they were untouchable.
Could we please turn to poll 00448301? This is again a message from Mr. Staunton. This is the reference there at the end to Nick being under huge pressures and was very apologetic. Were you aware of Mr. Reid being under huge pressures at that point in time?
January was an incredibly high-pressure month for the Post Office. It was, 14 days since the Mr. Bates versus the Post Office broadcast, which had, I think, surprised the Post Office how strong the feeling nationally had been. And the output from that was incredibly intense on Mr. Reid and others, but particularly on Mr. Reid. I think he was called to a select committee around this time as well.
Was it a surprise to you? You've said that the Bates drama was a surprise to the company. As a sub-postmaster, was it a surprise to you?
Sadly not.
Were there others on the board who it did not come as a surprise to, so far as you are aware?
I think seeing something portrayed in the drama brings to life what you've read or what you've heard in a way that is indescribable. And I think the reaction from the public just shows the truth of what happened. And I think everyone on the board felt a much deeper sense of a need to get this right. And it just elevated everything in terms of making certain that things moved forward. So I think the two things that have made a massive difference over the last few years have been the inquiry, which has been both helpful and challenging, and the drama, which has been incredibly powerful.
Could we please turn to poll 00448514? This is again an email that we saw yesterday with Mr. Ismail. I'll just take you to the second page. Over the page, please. It's the email from Mr. Roberts, where he says that he would now ask that you please put in writing the apology and retract all the allegations and statements presented in the email that he was copied in on. Why, in your view, have things broken down so badly that there is this bickering at the highest levels of the Post Office?
When I met with Mr. Roberts, which was a few days prior, I think it was the day before this email, actually. It was the 30th of January. We'd had a very positive and collaborative conversation. Saf and I met with him together, face to face. We shook hands at the end. It was a good meeting, and I think we all left thinking that we had settled the boat. And I was surprised to receive this email, but I understood where it came from. Mr. Roberts had been very stressed and concerned by the comments we'd raised. He shared that with us in the meeting. And I think reputationally he felt he'd been damaged. And this was him requesting that restoration of reputation.
And I think you say on the first page that essentially while you would have put it differently, the substance of your complaint remained the same. Is that right?
Yes. The file note that Henry wrote was a rapid-fire internal document. Were it to have been shared as a performance review, I would have drafted it differently.
Could we please turn to poll 00448384? We went through the drafting process with Mr. Ismail yesterday, or this morning, in relation to the points below this. If we scroll down, we can see key agenda items for upcoming board meeting. We understand, I think, that Mr. Staunton was dismissed shortly after this.
Yes.
If we scroll up to the top, we can see Mr. Staunton had said, Elliot, I think you were going to raise a number of these issues with Nick. His responses would help Saf finalise his note. How would you like me to take this forward? Can you assist us with how that matter was taken forward?
I think Henry was dismissed before we could actually take this any further forward, as my memory recalls.
Did you discuss it with Mr. Reid?
No.
And why not?
In my call with Mr. Reid, I was quite surprised by his reaction to my call. I was expecting, well, if I had made the error that he made in forwarding a confidential document to a party that shouldn't have seen it, I would have been very humble and apologetic, offered to put it right if I could, try and broker some sort of situation with the people who had been forced to read something out of context. But Mr. Reid didn't offer any of those things, and in fact suggested it was Henry's fault for forwarding it in an unsecured format, along with other documents that caused it. And it so threw me, his response, that I didn't think there was any point in discussing it further.
What do you think was behind that response?
You would have to ask Mr. Reid.
Is it once again bickering at the top level? Is this Mr. Reid and Mr. Staunton?
It's interesting because Mr. Reid and Mr. Staunton have a lot of like history. They're both retailers from successful careers. And on the face of it, I thought they had a pretty good relationship. But I'm not sure that it ended up that way.
The final substantive topic that I'm going to deal with very shortly is the Grant Thornton report that we saw earlier today. I won't take you through those reports, we've already been through them, but what for you is the most important message from those reports?
The Grant Thornton report?
Yes.
So the Grant Thornton report was produced on the request of Henry Staunton when he was chair. And Henry was very keen to get governance back in line with where it needed to be. The Grant Thornton report, in its initial draft, was very damning of our governance capabilities, and rightly so. It was softened a little bit in the redraft, I think, because it was felt to be awkward and difficult, and I think it raised very important issues which are at the heart of what this inquiry is trying to get to the bottom of.
Who was responsible for pushing forward changes to that report?
Well, at the time, Mr. Staunton had been dismissed. We had an interim chair, and it fell to the interim chair, Ben Tidswell, to lead the activity on that. I'm not sure of all of the elements, but my understanding was that Ben Tiswell, and I would expect probably the CEO and Lorna Grattan were involved in those discussions. I was less involved in that.
Thank you. And finally, is there any matter that we haven't addressed or any particular recommendations that you consider are appropriate that we haven't addressed today that you would like to raise?
I think the Post Office is an amazing organisation with great people within it, but it isn't living up to what it should be. It works best if it's given a clear prescription, and it needs this inquiry to give it its prescription. It can be a great organisation, but we're not there yet.
Thank you. So there are no questions from core participants, so unless you have any questions, sir.
It's really out of curiosity more than the likelihood that I need precise answers from you. But could we go back to the investigation that took place in relation to your branches, simply to fill in a gap in my that I think is should be filled? By my reckoning, we've had evidence from you of the interview, I'll call it an interview, on the 5th of April, and then the audit, which took 5th of April, and the audit which took place on the 6th of April. And then we've kind of jumped to January the next year.
Yes.
And, well, I mean, I'd just like you to tell me briefly what actually happened.
So, thank you, sir. So between the audit, post-audit, they then passed the work over to the team at Chesterfield, who then worked with us on...
Sorry to stop you. When you say they, you mean the two investigators who'd interviewed you, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so that I can sort of trace this in the way I want to, essentially, am I right to infer that they did that because of the answers that you gave them in the interview? Or did something else happen?
I would assume that to be the case. I was never told why, but I wasn't asked back for a second interview. No.
Right, so interview's over, audit's over. Presumably you raise a dispute about what had happened over the stamps.
And the other balances, yeah.
Yeah. And then the next thing that happens is that a different team is looking at it.
Yes, and we went through with that team line by line forensically over 44 pages of what was a PDF file and dealt with them line by line by line.
And that's what you meant when you were describing what must have been a series of meetings, I guess, which were much more like business meetings rather than interviews.
Indeed.
Okay, and that took the better part of the rest of the year. Yeah.
No, I don't recall the exact period, but I think the whole thing was wrapped up probably by September. But it took until the next year for someone in legal to issue me a letter saying that they'd closed it.
Yeah. And so you are, I think, asking me to accept that it all having been wrapped up as between the business people, if I can put it in that way, by September 2020, whatever it was.
3.
The delay thereafter was in getting legal to sign it off.
Well, it was, I think it would be fair to say that the company required it to go through a number of governance steps because they didn't want it to be seen as, a non-exec getting something signed off unfairly or improperly. It required a number of layers of approval. Those layers of approval were achieved, but the document never got written. And I think it was just, it went round the loop a few too many times and got lost on the way.
All right. So it's perfectly understandable that justice was being seen to be done as well as being done in your particular instance. So I follow that. So overall, would you say that taking, 7 or 8 months to resolve it from the point of the audit was reasonable or unreasonable in the particular circumstances prevailing?
I think it was an incredibly long period of time to wrap something up. If you can come next day for an audit, it shouldn't take 7 months to write a letter.
Right, okay. Thank you for filling in the gaps, Mr. Jacobs.
My pleasure, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Blake. So in the absence of any further questions, it just remains for me to thank you very much for making your witness statement and for giving evidence this afternoon. I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you, sir. There's one small bureaucratic matter that I have to deal with, and that is one witness statement from Phase 3 hasn't yet been read into the record, and I just want to, for the purposes of the transcript, confirm that a statement has been provided by Penny Thomas, and that can be found at WITN 00960100, and that is now in evidence in the inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blake.
Thank you.
So we won't be sitting tomorrow, but we'll resume at 10 o'clock on Thursday, yeah?
Yes, that's with Mr. Greenhow.
Yes. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.